Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, October the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Yes, yes. Thank you in caps. Thank you, Kiri. And just somebody maybe in YouTube do the same thing, just so I know you guys can hear me also. All right, guys. So what's happening this morning? Yeah, so that Palantir, thanks for posting that, Casa. I thought that was a rehash of yesterday's news, but maybe it isn't. But up to, remember now, the operative word is up to, or two words, up to $250 million, winning new, I'm sure it said up to, worth up to $250 million through 2026. Obviously, a huge deal for this company. So that is PLTR. SMX, continuation from yesterday. SMX is a continuation from yesterday. What did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 214 and it closed down here at 168. Pretty big percentage pullback. But look at this. I don't remember this one IPOing actually. Back here, this was back in April. Don't really remember this one. But anyway, having a great day, another great day, 105% out of Dublin, Ireland. Secured majority take in True Gold Consortium. So that's the news for SMX. Probably a low float. Yeah, 1.99 million in the float. Mob, an Israeli company, MOB. And as I think Casa pointed out, they've been granted an extension to maintain their NASDAQ listing. Now, these two are kind of interesting. AKRO, hammered down mid-stage is the bio, so mid-stage results hammered down. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was that much. Hammered down. Remember, this was a 60. In fact, after hours, this was running. Went from $48 to $59. I don't know if people thought they were going to come out with their announcement. Well, they did this morning. So their lead drug to treat severe fatty liver misses main trial goal. So that's I mean that's terrible for this company, obviously. But what I don't quite understand, unless these companies are completely linked, ETNB is doing the same thing, but it's a rival. It is a rival, and a lot of times what happens is, another company's bat misfortune when another company is doing the same thing. Hopefully, usually that company might rise. But anyway, ETNB is being hammered down also with AKRO. You see what I'm saying, though? ETNB has a rival drug. It has not released their results yet. A lot of times, you got a company that's doing this kind of the same thing as you, and they collapse. You're going, yay, ours will be better. But anyway, this is not. But they both recovered. This is not down quite as much, 27%. Maybe William can, if William's around, he can help me. VYTX. Sorry, VYTK, sorry. Nope, VYTX. Another one that was hammered down. Actually, I might have been right. When I scroll down here, sorry, I can't read my writing here. I think it might be VYTK. Okay, I'll get it right. It's somewhere. Yeah, it is VTYX. What was I typing in? VTYX. There we go. So VTYX, another one that's hammered down 15%. Not a lot of volume yet. After the company announced, so this is phase two, not being looked on favorably, obviously. VTYX, their phase 2 results. Well, I'm trying to figure out, okay, so if you take a look at AKRO, I think Grumpy's right. This is a Nash. So mid stage, let me just read it. After the company reported 36-week analysis, phase 2B. Anyway, the reaction was obviously not great. I mean, the stock AKRO is now down 58%. And ETNB is a sympathy play. Okay. They're rivals. And as you know, William, sometimes when a rival manufacturer has horrible results, the market might cheer you on because they're hoping you don't have the same unfavorable results. But this is not the case. These are both down. ETNB did not release any data. This is pretty unbelievable to me, though. I mean, not so much that this happened. I mean, we see this happen with BIOS a lot, but look at the reaction with AKRO after hours yesterday. This stock closed at around $49. After hours, it got up to 60. Okay. So tacked on about $11, held there all after hours. I'm sure people knew that they were going to be releasing their data, and obviously they thought the data was going to be stupendous. And look what happened. Unbelievable. I mean, how devastating would that be? You go to bed, think, all right, can't wait for the data to come out this morning. You go to bed, you've held on $60. You wake up and it's at 16. Anyway, oh, thank you, Casa. So Lion SMX was Lion before. Thank you. COHR. So as I said, it was also guidance. Received a $1 billion investment from two Japanese firms. I think it's Mitsubishi is one of them. Denso and Mitsubishi. So $1 billion injection. I didn't see the guidance, but I'm sure you're right. So that is COHR. That's a big, big move on 129 million in the float. And yeah, I think that's about it for some of the big movers in the pre-market. Market is due for basically a neutral open. Spy's been a little bit choppy this morning, but it's up a little bit from yesterday's close. Of course, we had another big rally yesterday after being down most of the day, a lot or a big portion of the day. This Joby is I don't know, I don't even how to react to any of this. They have said, here we go. Kerrisdale. This is a Kerrisdale. That's what happened because the initial news that I saw. Now that was yesterday, okay? On track to deliver their electric flying taxi service in 2025. That was late afternoon, and that kind of caused that pop. But then Carousel came up with a slam piece on them, years away from generating operating revenue, and which we don't expect will ever earn an economic profit. I mean, that is the thing about a lot of these companies, isn't it? They come up with great news, and I'm not just singling out Joby. A lot of these companies come up with great news, but then you wonder, well, can they make any money though? Anyway, so Kerrisdale has hammered this one down. I mean, look at the reaction. Stock was sitting at 636 and then 578. Now it has popped. But Kerrisdale has had a pretty good track record. SMX continues to move higher here, guys. So let me take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. I see Riven actually has, maybe that's the reason UBS was upgraded. Not much, $24. I don't know what it's trading at right now. UBS, Riven was upgraded by UBS. Let me just take a look at Riven and see what I don't even know what the price is right now. So let's see if it's there. I thought it was over 30. I'm wrong. Okay, so Riven, so there's been a bit of a price target of 24 put on by UBS. The other one I want to take a look at is ACAD, ACAD, ACAD. $32 price target. Wow, okay. This is interesting. JP Morgan. Keep an eye on this one, guys. JP Morgan has put a $32 price target on them, up from 29. I guess they had a previous price target of 29. It is now 32. This stock's only at 22. No, not very much volume yet, but certainly, I mean, it has room to 25. It's over the 200-day moving average, 22.93, 22.54, sorry. And it's just around the VWAP. So definitely keep an eye on this at ECAD and see if that price target that, again, when I have a price target of 32, I'm not saying it's going to get to 32 ever today, but usually it can have some kind of a move. And I think that's probably the only reason it's up 4% is because of that. Well, there you go. Okay. Yeah. Well, here's the actual price. Okay. All right. Now we'll get to the downgrades. See this one in the pre-market, NTST, and downgraded by Bank of America. And it is already at the downgrade price, $15. NEP, boy, I don't want to leave NEP alone. Yes, downgrading NEP to 20. It's already there. Of course, they had an original price target of 74. Cuervo downgraded. Okay, this is a pretty big downgrade now for Cuervo. QRVO downgraded from 116 down to 78, and that's by Citigroup. So that's a pretty big downgrade. It's sitting at $91, downgrading it to a price target of 78 from an original price target of 116. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning. Thank you, William. All right, let's take a look at the pre-market action in terms of the major sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, then Docked Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More, and then click on the sector status. And I say we're going to have a modest open for the SPY. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE, 85% green. What does that mean? 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So as I say, we're in for a positive open. So that's why you see most of the major well, in fact, all of the major sectors, at least over 50% and more. Now, I'm going to take a look at some of the sectors now in relation to their 200-day moving average. We know that XLE a few days ago was touching the 200-day, but it was moving away. Yes. So, in fact, on Friday, excuse me, Thursday and Friday, you can see it was right around the 200-day moving average. That blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. But now, of course, with what's happening, tensions, Middle East, etc., excuse me, energy stocks are moving higher. Let's take a look at now. In fact, yeah, take a look at all the major sectors and just see where they are. So there's, retail is still far below the 200-day moving average. So actually, what I'm going to do is just keep a note. XLE is up. Consumer staples falling away again from that 200-day moving average. All the major sectors were down. There's only probably three that are above, and that'll be communications, tech, and energy. Excuse me. Well, healthcare is trying though. It's had a nice little rally, a few day rally, but it's still below the 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. Aha. So XLI is just yesterday touched the 200-day moving average, and now as we speak, it's just poking its head above it. 102.56 is the 200-day moving average, so it's at 102.86. So we can call that one barely above, but it's above. That's for industrials, financials, XLF. A lot of the banks, some of the major banks, releasing earnings this week and next week. Well, all of the major banks this week and next week. Still below the 200-day moving average, though. Consumer discretionary, XLY, XLY. Aha! So this is above. This is still above. Consumer discretionary is still above. Okay, that's three. Well, actually, that means we're going to have five if we count XLI. XLB should be below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, it's still below the 200-day moving average. Utilities. Well, I don't usually look at them, but I mean, I was sort of startled to see how far below. This again, usually it's the flight to safety. These are stocks that usually they have dividends, etc. But anyway, way below the 200-day moving average. And then still the two stars, XLC Communications has both the XLK and Communications really have not challenged it too much. Rising 200-day though, and then XLK sort of the same, a little bit closer to the 200-day, but so we've got the two big tech sectors, communications and technology above the 200-day. We've got oil or energy above the 200-day, and also XLI and XLY, consumer discretionary and industrials Industrials, we'll have to see what happens today. So interesting. And why don't we talk about the 200-day moving average? Probably the single most watched indicator there is out there, in a very simplistic way of stating things: above good, below bad. Okay. And that not just for sectors, but stocks too. One moment, please. All right. Anything? Okay. This snuck in here, guys. I didn't see this at the beginning. PWFL, Power Fleet Inc. Is there any news on this one? Powerfleet and Mix Telematics announced a transformative business combination. I love these headlines. Combination expected to create top-tier global provider in mobile asset IoT industry with unparalleled artificial intelligence enhanced SaaS solution portfolio. Unparalleled. So we've got two big downgrades, okay, that might be interesting. The Corvo, QURVO, downgraded to, I think, was $78. The stock is 91 right now. And ACAD upgraded to, what was it, 30 odd, $32 or something from, and it's sitting at 22 right now. So maybe Wiggle Boss. All right, TFC showing up also. Truist, I did see some news on Truist. Bank, and that's right, to sell their insurance unit for $10 billion. I see them in the news a lot now, Truist. I used to see them just as somebody or one of these groups that have upgrades and downgrades, but I see them actually advertised quite a bit. Don't know it. I don't think they're in Canada, so their original bank. Okay. Meanwhile, speaking of, well, not speaking of, but I know CASA pointed out that there are a few IPOs maybe coming in today. I wonder if they'll change their mind. Look at this GPAC, came in yesterday, absolutely crushed now. Look at this. I mean, a high of 439, 186. I mean, this is its first full day was yesterday. And look at this. Unbelievable. I do remember seeing BB&T. Okay. Okay. So they turned into Truist. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? SMX is still holding its own. Now, the next high looking left for SMX on the daily chart anyway is 379. If it can take out 379, 539 is the next high. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. TFC on the move here, guys. Yeah, this Truist on the move. TFC. Big float, 1.33 billion in the float. So yeah, so that XPAV, I think Cass also posted some news about XPAV, who spends as senior or a vice president amidst corruption probe. Okay. Meanwhile, the stock moved up on that news. Yeah, right. Pepsi Cola did have earnings, didn't it? I didn't see it anywhere. I wonder if it's because, yeah, for me to see anything in the pre-market, it has to be up at least 3% or down at least 3%. So that's why Pepsi is not showing up anywhere for me. But it is an earnings play and modestly up. TFC just ripping here, guys. TFC really moving on that news. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 30.81 or so. So it would have a little over $1, $1.50 to that high. COHR continues to move higher. COHR, $1 billion invested by Mitsubishi and I think the Japanese company, I think it's called Denso. 3660 is the next high looking left, about $1 away on the daily chart. MAXN getting hit here, guys. All-time low now. MAXN is an all-time low. MAXN all-time low. Provide business update and announces preliminary Q3. So this is they don't release officially until November 9th, but they're basically yeah. So they're warning that things are not going to be that great. Revenues 224 to 229 versus 316. That is not good. So MAXN moving down on that preliminary revenue guidance. Thank you. Yes, less than a minute to the open, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. See what today brings. We're in for a positive open to start anyway. Get rid of that. I don't trade usually in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, so a CAD is on the move a little bit on that upgrade. That upgrade, I think it was JP Morgan. $32, that's right. $32 a share price target put on them by JP Morgan, ACAD. It's got some room. Next high is 25.21. Well, these are both showing up now early on the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. That's the AKRO and the ETNB just showing up. I just don't like taking these trades in the first 15 minutes, unless it were all-time lows. Unity, I think, is on the move here. Unity, yeah, a little bit on the move. Didn't the CEO was retiring or something? But that's retiring, and I think it was planned. So market's reacting well to that. I think that's what it is. Okay, you can leave, but as long as you stick around till or come back at 3, William, and keep the room open till 4. Okay, guys, AMC, yes, AMC just have this thumbnail over 10 now. Next high looking left on the daily is 1170. Meanwhile, look at Palantir, guys. That's why, you look at news and you think, my gosh, that's got to pop this stock. But look at it. Look at Palantir now, PLTR, opening candle, big red candle. Wow. Well, I mean, if I'm more aggressive, look at this though. So look at the AKRO alert, 1947, 1851 right now, 1947 to short. Let's take a look at the ETNB, 1087 to short. It's it's below that price still. ETNB got down to 780 in the pre-market, way down here. Wolf is a daily reversal, guys. Wolf is but again, it's so early. It was a daily reversal. The trigger was at 33.16. This is why I don't like taking trades so early. Okay, guys, ACAD is moving on that JP Morgan upgrade. Through the 200-day moving average, still has room on the daily chart. Yeah, look at AMC. So again, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, and a nice pop over 10 to 10.07. It's all the way back down to 10.68. All right, guys, ACAD on the move on that upgrade. ACAD on the move on that upgrade. So, I mean, that's exactly why I do this free market stuff, looking at the upgrades and downgrades. If I see something, and JP Morgan's been fairly hot recently. So if you see a stock sitting at a certain, well, this one was sitting at what, $22 with an upgrade to 32, pay attention. Now, on the same token, keep an eye on the Curvo, QRVO. Keep an eye on it. Downgraded to, I think it was 78 by Citigroup from 116 down to 78. So keep an eye on it. Had a little pop to start, but let's see if it takes out these lows down here around 90 later on. Woo, ETNB right back down. DRS. I kept this. This is a something in the simulator from yesterday, guys. DRS, something in the simulator, showing. I wanted to keep this, show you how you can practice swing trading in the simulator. Okay. So this was taken at 1780 yesterday, 1816 now. DRS all-time high. Whoa, this hit my 10-day daily breakout at 1412. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. So here are the two on the 10-day daily breakdowns. If you'd taken them right off the bat, you would have been making some good money, especially on the AKRO. Well, both of them really, ETNB, but really the AKRO. The Billy, 1412 up to 1432 now. And again, I'm sharing both of those scans. Well, look at Groupon. Wow. GRPN. I don't know what the agreed to sell shares. Of about 9.4% of its approximate 2.3 interest and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well, this is, wow, the Groupon just got hit. GRPN just got hit. This is after, a big run. Oh, is it really starting here from 7 up to $16? Man, AKRO just continues down. So now this is showing up in the option option scanner also. All I'm doing, I'm just looking for stocks with abnormal option activity. I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks with trading abnormally option wise. This one is maybe got some room, guys. ACMR. Then it looks like the next high looking left is 1928. So it's almost there. But then after that, it is almost $20. And that is ACMR, 1999 to be exact. So yeah, look at ACMR, guys, on the move here. On the move. ACMR on the move. Now ETNB now is starting to catch up a little bit. Look at that, down 34%. AKRO is down, what, 61%. Okay, so this again is one of these blank check companies, a SPAC, FBYD. Talk about wild trading. Look at the PLTR, guys. PLTR. Look at this bottoming tail. I mean, this was selling, 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 and then stopped and then popped right back up. So it's actually gone positive now. Well, actually, it still was positive, I guess, even down here. It was basically at yesterday's close. For a big float, this trades so volatile in such a volatile way. So this one, ETNB, I was looking at one, wondering why it's not on the option scanner. It's only 106%. So it's trading about, well, later on, it's going to be probably easily 150, 200%. What do I mean by that? So my filter here has to be trading at least 1.5 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average number of contracts over the last 10 days? So in this particular case, that's 106%, another 1.06. But the more as the option tradings increases, this will increase. All-time high, guys. Wow, PGTI. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market at all. PGTI is an all-time high now. What happened here? Is this a okay, $33 takeover offer. Higher bid seen coming, okay? So that's the reason for the PGTI top in the pre-market. Okay, another one now on my 10-day daily breakdown is the VTYX, another bio. Not good reaction. Company announced phase 2, so not good reaction to that. Terrible spread right now, 22.70, 22.96, 22.90, so not a great spread. Meanwhile, AKRO just continues its plummeting. Boy, the VTYX. I actually tried to get some, but this, that spread. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, guys. 38.69. That's a terrible spread. I was trying to get some, and then I just backed off because of the spread just got crazy. Just going to keep it about as clean as we can, Curie. This is a daily reversal, guys. HA taken out yesterday's high. The next high looking left, Hawaiian Airlines, of course, or Hawaiian Holdings, 537. So it's got a little bit of room. Boy, those two shorts, guys. Now you see how the ETNB now is showing up. Look at the option volume, 250%. Look at the increase in option volume. When wasn't it about 900 and something contracts when I last looked, and that was about 100%. Look at the option volume; they just piled in to ETNB. Now it's at 250%. Two monsters from well, actually, and even the VTYX. The problem with it was the spread. But look at these two: ETNB 1087 on the short. There's a dollar drop, and then AKRO 1947 1740 $2. I haven't even really looked at what the market's doing. The market is just chopping around, topping tails, bottoming tails to start the day. WW is still really strong, guys. WW really strong. They don't have anything to do with it with Ozempic, do they? They don't have a drug like that. But what I read was benefiting. I guess it's the whole idea. Okay, let me take a look at this. The next high looking left is 1238. Oh, keep an eye on this one, SPWR. This is showing up on my reversal, daily reversal, but if it can take out, you can see we have some highs at 557, 554, 553. So I'm going to put in a price alert right around the 555 mark. It's almost there because if it takes that out, the next high looking left is 614, which is far enough away on a percentage basis, in my opinion. Remember yesterday, I think we only had two on the daily reversals. Already we've got nothing I'm wildly excited about. I like to see them a little more expensive, but again, the SPWR. So why are they showing up? Well, if you look at STEM, you'll see a red bar yesterday on the daily, and it's above the high. But again, looking left, to me, there's too much resistance, not that far away. So that's why it's not interesting to me. But again, I'm sharing that one also. At about 10:30, I'll go over my homepage and all the scans that I am sharing. Okay, AMC is in recovery mode now, maybe challenging 10 again. So this COHR, I think it has a little bit of room. Looking left, 35, not okay. Well, they have something at 35.48, which I think it probably got to in the pre-market, yes. And then the next high after that is 36.60. Well, this is trying to have a comeback here. PD, it's still down for the day, down 4.5%. On the option scanner, 2095. If I were going to take this, I would have to take out the whole number. I'm going to put an alert around 2102. When you look left, it has some room, of course. Looking left, almost up to 22 before we see the next highs. So NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. No huge reactions yet. But look at this ETNB, and where could it go? I have to look at a monthly chart, I guess, see where the next lows are. On a monthly chart, the next low is around 7, and that was back in December of 2022. Actually, there are a lot of shorts available. 1.34 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers for this one. Interesting. Well, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 337 on the weekly chart. So what do you mean, Chad, with a question mark behind that, PWFL? Understand that if you're asking, should I buy it or should I? Yeah, I mean, nobody's going to tell you to what to do in terms of just pointing it out. I mean, for me, I mean, the next high, it's not, well, it's getting close, 338. I'm just more intrigued the fact that there's so many shorts available. Some of these cheap ones just don't have shorts like that. Oh, I see. Okay. I was wondering what the question mark was. That's all. All right, guys. Well, the market's putting in a nice big green second 15-minute candle. Oh boy, the 10-day daily breakouts and downs have been on fire this morning. I mean, look at the Billy, 1412, 1444, PWFL. Here's your alert, 281. It's up to 326. The grits, I don't think has moved that much yet. GRTS, the alert just happened about 5 minutes ago, but even it's positive. And of course, these two just super. And I don't know where the VTYX is right now. Yeah, even that one. Well, no, this has popped up. Tough one to have traded because of the spread anyway. VTYX. Okay, IPO got, oops, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why did I get a, okay, something's gone wacky with my price alerts. There we go. No, wait a minute. It's gonna be moved. There we go. So PD, okay, PD 2102. That's what I was kind of waiting on. See if it got over 21. Okay, so it's over 21 now. So you can see our AI had these two, the breakdown shorts, ETNB, AKRO, basically very nice ones on the shorts from our AI. Well, so far that downgrade for QRVO has not hurt, or well, it's not continuing to hurt QRVO. It's having a nice run. PD guys, PD. It just had my alert at 22 or 2102. Now AI itself, I haven't seen this one for a while, hasn't been that act. Look at AI now, guys. AI itself, the stock coming right into the 200-day moving average though, 2671, so it's not that far away. Will that block it? Okay, Path. This read about this one in the pre-market. Path is an AI play, I think. Yeah, it's an AI play. And this appears to be Kathy Wood's second largest holding. It is not Palantir or Nvidia. It is Path, PATH. Okay, I got to take a look at this GRTS. The next high looking left is 324. So you have to wait for that break for sure. Look at the SPY. Yeah, or if that is, that's probably the reason. Market's looking at somebody saying no interest rate hikes for the rest of the year. Now, is that 100%? Of course not. But the market likes to see a headline like that. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple of things here now. Some of my thumbnail charts, wanting to see if there's any big action. Oops. Okay, guys, what I'm looking for, I'm trying to find something on a daily reversal that's a little more expensive. I'm seeing some of these cheap ones. I just don't have the faith that they'll run enough. All right, well, maybe I'll take this LICY, LICY. It's above these highs here, a little bit of room to 332. Boy, these two bios are still getting killed here. AKRO just made another new low. ETNB also just getting killed. Okay, guys, Joby is another crazy trading one. Look at this. It got all the way, oh man, all the way down to 579. They had an announcement yesterday that but Carousel, that's right, Carousel knocked the heck out of them. But right now, that Carousel short report is not affecting them at all. I mean, the report was released in the pre-market, it knocked them down, but big recovery. Still can't get over the trading in this AKRO after hours yesterday. I mean, they probably knew they're going to release their data. Somebody knew anyway. And somebody, well, people who knew thought it was going to be great data. Look at this. Imagine that, $58.16. Perils of holding a bio overnight. I mean, look how it was trading. I mean, no big deal, over the last few weeks, just no big deal. Yeah, they should have done a secondary after hours. What a market surge. Wow. You know, guys, this DRS, I mean, I know I have this in the simulator. This is actually a really good looking stock. I mean, it's had a great 4-day run, all-time high right now. Not a lot of volume, but boy, oh boy, it's I wish there weren't this here. BE just showed up on the reversal. 1119, 1124, 1168. Well, I'll put an alert around 1120 and see what happens. Bloom Energy showing up on the daily reversal right there, 1108. Man, SPWR, it's right there, guys. I mean, look, it's trying to take out these little highs here. One, two, three daily highs. It's trying to do it, but it's struggling. Look at the market. All right, guys, let's see if this SPWR has any. I mean, it's chasing, definitely in a chase mode, but it's like a lot of these daily reversals. I'm just banking on the fact that maybe the market will just won't care that we're in a bit of a chase bit. We're in a huge chase mode on this one, but it is taking out some highs right there and has the room. I saw this one in the pre-market. This is RENB. Saw this one in the pre-market. This is another reversal. All-time high, almost an all-time high, guys. Looks like the all-time high. I don't know what. Okay, I don't know if this was a symbol name change or maybe a move from the pinks to Nasdaq. Somebody will know. RENB, because it's hard to believe the stock at $5 is an all-time high. But well, it's 22 million in the float, not a low float, not high, of course. I'm going to stick an alert around 508, see if it can clear five. But you know, this is obviously not an IPO down here, so either a symbol name change or Definitely the day for reversals, guys, with the market doing this, as long as it doesn't, give it all back up, of course. PJ, short, well, I don't know if the century, but certainly the short, well, especially in the pre-market or after hours yesterday, yeah. And the ETNB also. Same, that was a that was a merger, RENB. So ETNB has a similar drug, I guess, and they're just being dragged down because of AKRO. Not that they released any data, but to me, it just goes to show, though. I mean, I'm gonna probably the last time I'll say this, but I mean, there's a reaction after hours to AKRO. People think, I mean, this was a $10 move, 40 or 12, 48 to 60. Okay, it was a 12, 10 to $12 move right here after hours in anticipation of what they were going to release. Well, keep an eye on this one, guys. This RENB, it's not trading very much, 205,000, not even trading half normal, but keep an eye on this one. Yeah, I think it's being skewed because of that volume over here that day, but I mean, if it gets over five, the one surprising me is the ACAD. I thought it would have had a great pop early, and with this upgrade by JP Morgan to $32, and with the market doing what it's doing, I thought it would maybe not keep going from here, but start to move, but it's not really. Yeah, SPR, well, it's giving me something. SPWR, it's giving me something. And as you say, the TAN ETF, or the TAN is the ETF for the solar. So you're moving in tandem with it. Yeah. So SPWR moving just like moving with the solar ETF. Now I'm going to take some off right here, guys. I'm in at 555. We take some off here because I definitely chased it. So I want to make sure I get some profit out of this. So as for the SPWR, now hold on to see what more it can do. It does have some room looking left, six up to six. I'm not saying it's getting there. Good morning. Okay, another one now showing up on my 10-day, excuse me, my daily reversal. However, this is overstock, OSTK. The next high looking left is 1770. Well, actually, that's far enough away. This has got some room, guys. 1779 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for OSTK. So it does have some room. I think most of these, of course, are following what the market is doing. I don't think this has any. Okay, this guy, Marcus Lemonis, recently bought. Okay, so this is not today. This was I remember seeing this headline earlier. Yeah, $500,000 at 1567. He's a director, I guess. I thought I did see something on Groupon, but maybe I'm wrong. I know it had a huge sell-off. Yeah, well, so you'd have to interpret this news, okay? This is the news on Groupon. This is at 8:49 this morning. So you'd have to interpret this news. But evidently that is the reason. I mean, that is just a massive. I mean, look at all this good work from here back in September 25th. So yeah, I mean, I saw the headline. That's all I saw was a headline, and I guess that's got to be the reason. Wow, SPWR. That really. I don't often do this, guys. I don't. To me, that was just chasing it, but market's just so strong right now. Boy, what a day. I mean, yesterday we only had two in the entire day of reversal scans. I maybe three. There might have been three. Look at them all today. Anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long, okay? Yeah, I'm just waiting on this SPWR, guys. Any drop into the low 70s, I'll probably take the rest out, but so far it's still super strong, super extended. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the NNOX also, guys. It's holding 707, 708 right now. I'm keeping an eye on it also. It showed up at 710. 710 was the alert price for NNOX. Look at SPWR go. Great percentage move now for me. Again, this is what I'm talking about. There was the alert at 9:49, 5:45. I did not take it until 5:55. Okay, guys, I'm covering most of my position right here for the SPWR, the 580 mark. Not covering, selling. Probably like the shorting. So keep an eye on the NNOX now. NNOX. You know what's having a lift is GME. 15 to 16 or so, 15 to 16. If there's any news on it, or is just, you know, no. It's the been a good run though. I have to admit, 1450 to 16 in 2 days, 2.5 days or so. Next high looking left is 1631. Well, that's stall it. The DRS guys, it's a real sneaky strong one. Not a ton of volume, but just a sneaky strong one. DRS. Yeah, no, that's why I had to reverse what I said. I didn't mean covering. I meant sold it. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hmm. Hey guys, 9:20 or almost 10:30. I'm going to go over my homepage right now. All the information you can find. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is the information you will see. So at the very top, here's a way in which you can, of course, take out a subscription. You can use this promo code to get 15% off the first month only. Now, if you do want to take on an annual, I can give you a better promo of 25%. Just let me know if you want to do that, okay? You do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. At the very least, that's what you have to do. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. New to trading, we have a series of videos that you might like to take a look at. Trading 101, Michael Noss. In fact, Michael will be in our YouTube room at between 12 and 1 when I take my break. He put this together. It's free. Stock of the day video. I wonder what that's going to be. It's going to be it's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. How is uranium doing right now? Did not get stopped out yesterday. Got close to being stopped out, but how is uranium doing today? So it triggered yesterday at 760 and did not get stopped out. So still a viable play right now. You. This is a free service also. If you sign up for it, you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotional folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide, great user guide. Everything is laid out in a very nice fashion, I think. Getting started is here again. You want more depth about what an alert window is, top list windows, stock racing, price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. I use them all the time. That's how I, found the SPWR or was alerted to the price I wanted to get in at. Here's the Getting Started series again. Okay. And as I said before, daily support sessions. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We have 5 days of the week, 5 traders. How about that? Today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss. I will confirm before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break. And here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is scroll down a little bit, and here are my scans. Okay, click here. NNOX, guys. NNOX, not S. NNO xylophone. So here are the scans. I've been really paying attention to the daily reversals. But this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are basically the gappers up and the gappers down. Okay. This is where people ask, well, where do you find some of these stocks that you talk about all day? A lot of them come from the from these two scans right there. Pulse resumes, not very active today, but there's a hot resumes. There's the momentum scan right here, up here. The 10-day, and here the ones that really gave some excellent alerts today, the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts. Okay. And then down here, the daily reversals. This is what it looks like, the daily reversals. Here's the NNOX, guys. So I have other scans that I am sharing. Okay. So as always, this is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. So the way to keep it is by taking out if you, at some point in time, doesn't matter when, today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. If you take out a subscription, just use my promo code. It will help to keep the room free. Okay. This is a free service, but obviously there's a cost to running it. So the company just wants to make sure that it's paying for itself. So how you do that? If you decide to take out a subscription, you can save my homepage link. Saving my homepage link, of course, allows you to take a look at my scans anytime in the education section. And if you decide you want to take out a subscription, you just use my promo code. Wow, what a day. Okay. Yeah, look at the SMX also. SMX also is one we saw in the pre-market. Very choppy though. Extremely choppy. That's a big drop from 380. So if you take one of my scans, for instance, if you take the momentum scan and if you want to find out what it's looking for, you right click on the scan, click on configure, and then click on summary. So a lot of screening programs out there for sale. Okay. You can find a lot of screeners. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Obviously, we can screen for stocks, but what we're really, really good at is the real-time alert. So this is the screening aspect of this scan. So if the stock is between 1 and 100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 1,000% of normal, the volume in the last minute, 400% in 5 minutes. That gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see ICHR at 1034, or sorry, the time was 1036, and the price was I kind of moved that away. There we go. I'm sorry, the MAIA 1036, new high at 265, met all these filter requirements. Okay. Now, if you like my scan, in theory, but maybe you don't like the price range. Of course, you can change any one of these values. Okay. So for instance, if I left click on this icon and it brings up all the values I'm using for the filters, if I make a change, maybe I want it to 10 and 100, click on the summary. Now it's a 10 and 100. Okay. So of course you can take my scans or any of the scans that we have in our channel bar, and you can tweak them if you want. If I say okay now, that it will change to 10 and 100. I won't do that because that's not what I want. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on right click on it on the alert window, click on configure. Instead of summary, I will click on search. So when you these icons here are all of the real-time alert icons right at the very top, the new high and the new low of the day. So we have a lot of different alerts, real-time alerts that you can pick from. Okay. And if I scroll down here, these are the filter icons. And again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. The reason we have so many is that obviously, if you don't want to learn how to learn a program in order to create your scans, what the company had to do was obviously create enough different alerts, real-time alerts and filters, so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. If you want to build your own scan, look at this market. All right. Wow. Look at path. So this is just ripping here straight up, just like the market, following the market, guys, basically just following the market. This is, again, what he said is Kathy Woods' second biggest holding now. Path AI play. Oh man. Okay. So first of all, I should have welcomed anybody new to the room. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Live on the mic and sharing my screen. Now, the main room, there are two rooms. There's a YouTube room. It's easier to get into, but not as much activity in terms of interaction amongst traders. And then the main room. Okay. It's not hard to get into, it's just not quite as easy. So the main room is actually open no later than 8. These all times Eastern, of course. And I don't get on the mic though until 9, both rooms. The main room can be open till 4, even though I may take off at around 3. But William in the main room has offered to keep it open till 4 most days. Okay. Don't be afraid. Ask me questions. You can ask me questions all day long. When I say don't be afraid, don't think that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my whole concentration, I'll let you know. But that's not usually the case. Taking some of the NNOX off, guys. I still have some SPWR just in case it does something really crazy and you can't get near 6. Wow. Little reversal for Wolf. It was a little early, 931, 33.16. It's tacked on $1. Another AI play, of course, BTAI. So the AI plays are starting to now, guys. If you're in something that really follows the market, just check out that topping tail now on the SPY, okay? A little bit of selling on the SPY. So if you're in something that really tracks the market, just be aware of that. We might finally be having a bit of a top. Come on, SPWR. Get to 6. Still have some left. There's the next high, guys. There is the next high right there. 614. Why would you say that, Shady? Could be, sure, but boy, today is the day for reversals. Virtually, probably just about anything on this list would have been a nice reversal, probably, just based on what the market is doing. Okay, I'll say no. I say no. AMC will not be 15 this week. Okay. I mean, why I'm saying that, Shady. I mean, people follow you. I mean, sure, could it be 15 this week? Sure, anything is possible. All right, NNOX. Now, where could it go? I think saw, yeah, it's getting close, guys. So if you took this one with me, you've got 745 as the next high looking left. Okay, so 745 is the next high looking left. So I'm getting ready to probably get out of everything really soon here. This is the one you mentioned, William, SPCB, SPC, SPCB, Supercom. Okay, I'm out of everything now, guys. Out of the NNOX, I'm out of the PWR. Okay, this market now trying to put in a little bit of a pullback. So that's it for me on those two. PMAC, you're right. PMAC opened. PMEC. So is this going to be a good one? IPO priced at 4. Looks like they're a little over about 3 million shares. So let's see if this one is a little bit better than the GPAC. Oh, another one open. Okay, so two open. LRHC open also, and that's at 5. So I mean, nothing spectacular yet. Only 1 million shares. Are either of them from China? So is PMEC or LRHC either of them from China? PMEC is okay. Okay, PMEC Singapore. That's good too. Okay, let's see how this trades. Like, still not a lot of enthusiasm. So when I say that, if it's IPO price at 4, what you'd like to see is maybe opening around 6, okay? And then which would really mean there's some really good enthusiasm for it, but right now, it's just sort of trading around the IPO price. And PJ, WW still ripping here. I think it's another new high. Yeah, another new high. I can believe it because I can see it, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing. All right, here's another one, guys. NVTS, another extended one, just looking like the market, though it hasn't put in a red bar like the market yet. It has a little bit of room. 677 is the next high looking left. Okay, I'm going to take a trade in the simulator just to show you how it's done. So, one moment. All right, so we have a simulator here. This is this blue window you see here is our simulator, Paper Trader. If you, but you must be using our downloadable application to have access to this. But here's how you can practice trading, which I have to emphasize you must do before you commit money to the market. Okay, you have to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Very simple to use. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, this window will appear. You may have different column headers, but that's okay. And then, just give me one moment. I got to mix one change here. Give me one moment. Before I do this, I'm just going to take a temporary trade. I just want to see if this is going to update the way I want it to. I would pick one that is not moving. Let me do another one. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just I have to do something. I think to make it so it's going to update. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to get rid of these two. Okay, just one moment as I just one more thing. Don't worry what I'm doing here. You do not have to do this. Okay, here we go. Just give me a moment, guys. Drives me crazy what I have to do here. I don't know why it doesn't save it. Okay, good to go now. So to use it, very, very simple. You just click on an alert. Oh, look at this VTYX. Only reason I didn't get this because of the spread, but wow, what another nice one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Huh. Okay, so I'll take this trade right here, NSTG. Just show you how it works. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You can type in, of course, the exact number you want. But if let's say 300 shares, the bid ask is only a penny, so I can buy and send. I can buy at the market. Okay, the bid ask is only difference is a penny. So now I'm in this trade. Okay, and now you can so you can see what I did here with the DRS. I actually this is a carryover from yesterday, so this is how you can actually practice swing trading also. So if I don't get out of this NSTG at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade also. Yeah. So far, guys, these two IPOs really not doing much. That doesn't mean later on in the day. So this is what I'm doing with the PMEC. I've got an alert set at the high of the day. If at some point, by the end of the day, it takes it out, I may take this trade. But these don't look very. There's just no enthusiasm for them. See, the spread is yeah, it's not great, but it's a lot better than it was, believe it or not. Well, actually, it sold about 20 cents for the VTYX. A lot of shares available to short, but just the spread kept me out. All right, Tiva now showing up at 10:54, so about 4 minutes ago. Price was 9.23, so it's still there, showing up on the reversal. Another one that has a little bit of room, I mean 960, 961 is the next high looking left. I wish it were a little bit more like up to 10. That would be awesome if it were. AVPT. Well, obviously it looks pretty good on the weekly chart. It's been running. Yeah, so anything with AI today, guys, is starting to move. This is another AI in the headline, AI powered information lifecycle management solution. Okay. So anything with AI in the headline is moving today. So that's about all I can say about it. Not a low float, almost 100 million in the float. Spread is good, 728, 729. Next high looking left. Have to go to the monthly chart. Yeah, so yeah, 948. So this month back here in November of 2021, if you look at the monthly chart, of course, it has some room, but you probably have to maybe expand the weekly. Yeah, so you've got a little high here of around 734, 739. Oh, just okay, 739 right there. And then after that is that big high up here. So yeah, I mean it's got some room, a little bit of room, I suppose. Come on, give me a fill. Hmm. Trying to get a fill on the RENB. I don't want to go into the ask. Huh, I got a fill. Okay. Interesting. Interesting trading on that one. Let's see if that works to my advantage on the RENB. Let's say around 510, okay? On the RENB. Let's see if this has it. And I think I saw, well, I know I saw this in the no, I did not see this in the pre-market. I must have seen some news about it. Okay, let's hope a lot of people look at this and think this is an IPO. Okay. We know it's not. Okay, we know it's not. Yeah, Ion Q, let's see, what sort of room does it have? Next high looking left, 1644. So it's got some room. 1644 is the next high looking left. Yeah, so both of these are just, no, they're like GPAC yesterday. Well, at least the PMAC is. So no interest at all in these. This is Singapore, no interest whatsoever for PMEC. Hmm. That ACXP was a big one yesterday, wasn't it? ACXP. Looks to me like there could be some resistance coming up on the weekly chart, though. You know, if I look left, ACXP, looks like there could be some resistance there. Okay, AMC definitely showing some good support at that 10 level. AMC showing good support at the 10 level. Again, the next high looking left is 1170. Well, here's another one, guys. So you cannot believe the number of reversal plays there are today. AHCO, another reversal play. Oh boy, this has got some room, I believe. Yeah, 853. 853 is the next high looking left. And that's AHCO, another reversal play. Market continues to move here. We had that topping tail. Looked like maybe we're going to put in a red bar, but not yet. Market is still looking good in terms of moving higher. So there's AHCO. Good spread, 803, 804. Okay, just a minute, please. Boy, I mean, Hawaiian Holdings at 514 price, 544 now. This is the one to pay attention to today, guys. You never know, what scan. I mean, listen, they really these have been really, really good also. Even SunPower has come back. I'm not in it anymore, but SunPower has come back, challenging 6. I'm not in it anymore, SPWR. Come on, Renb. Do something crazy. Terrible spread right now. Yeah, I have to be careful with this Renb. I don't like the fact that that spread got very wide. Well, I don't have it quite that bad, Denver, but I have it at $1. Look at that. Boy, it's strange, because the market's in rip mode today. You would think that these two little IPOs, especially the one out of Singapore, would do well, or at least, but not. This is a disaster. I mean, it says two now, but this is just a disaster. This is almost worse than the GPAC. Speaking of GPAC, let's take a look at GPAC. One out of Pakistan yesterday, gaming company out of Pakistan, but terrible. Guys, I took myself out of the RenB, okay? I don't like the way that spread was, so I sort of escaped basically flat, okay? I don't like that spread, how it widened. I might look at it later on. Maybe if it gets back up over to 518, but the spread will have to be fairly tight. Ah, SPWR just made another new high. Boy, look at this DRS, guys. Just absolutely ripping here, all-time high. Well, there's no question that the memers are, but I mean, at least AMC, like GMA, I don't think has any news. I mean, it's just a complete meme stock. I mean, AMC's got some interest, obviously, because of what's happening on Friday with the Taylor Swift and down the road with Beyonce, having those concerts fit available in their theaters. So, I mean, there is some, there's some, obviously, there is some excitement regarding AMC. Now, whether they, they can dig themselves out of the hole they're in terms of their finances. I mean, we don't know, but right now, yeah, there's a lot of good buzz, no question. I'm just looking at some of these reversal plays, guys. I'm trying to figure out another one maybe to get into, one that has a lot of room when I look left to keep running. I mean, the Renby was awesome, but the minute you start to see a spread, it was at 5.0, it just widened about 13 cents on a $5 stock. Boeing, let's take a look at Boeing, BA. Probably better to put them in caps, Chad, okay, to make the symbol stand out. Yeah, Boeing's having a lift. But you look left, I mean, there are all sorts of little areas it could stall on the way up, but hey, I mean, it's definitely strong today. How did AI end up doing? AI was just ripping at the beginning of the day. Yeah, still. Now coming right into that 200-day moving average, 2671. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. I mean, if it can clear that with any volume, your next high is around 2816. Boy, oh boy. Just reading an email, guys. So I'm not going to give up on the RENB guy, RENB. I'm not going to give up. I mean, I'm out of it, but later on, I mean, if this ever gets going, meanwhile, AKRO just made another new low. Wow. Okay, another one showing up on my reversal scanner. VLRS. VLRS. Let's look left. What sort of room does it have? Yeah, I mean the 7 level could block it, and it's not that far away, 25 cents away. So for me, it's a no-go. VLRS. Even Beyond Meat's having a bit of a flurry here. BYND, back from the dead. All-time low, really, down here. Cart. Yeah, nice move. Yeah, nice move. Another disaster IPO, but having a decent day today. How's ARM doing? ARM? So ARM is actually doing, yeah, I mean, it's very, very choppy, but again, holding that $51 IPO price. Where is any support for this thing, AKRO? I guess, wow, I mean, look at this weekly chart, 1186. I mean, it could maybe, when you would think that's support, still $5 away. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just, again, reading some internal stuff. Wow, so this popped up and then popped right back down again, the PMAC. Just no bueno, guys. Just forget about it. have an alert set. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe it happens tomorrow. Maybe it takes out the high of the day, but just not good. Didn't somebody asked me about AVPT a little earlier? I can't remember. I think somebody might have asked me about AVPT. Well, Steelcase is still hanging in there. This week was its earnings week. Had a great week, and it's still kind of hanging in that area. SCS, but looks like it is coming into some resistance. There's that weekly high is 1163. That could be some resistance for SCS. Okay, for you who look for real cheap ones here, guys. This is the EBET, 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 having a bit of a rip here. EBET. Another new low now for KRO. Actually tried to get some of the KKRO, but missed it. We're down again. I just think, I mean, this just has not had any. I mean, it had a nice little move here. This is what kind of surprised me. It had this little move, but that didn't hold at all. Got up to 22, and then it just collapsed from there. I thought maybe that little move would at least stall it, maybe hang around the 22 for the rest of the day, but not even. Wow, haven't had one of these for a long time in our one of these nonsensical ones in our YouTube room. Haven't seen that for a long time. Okay, guys, COHR looks like it wants to give it up. COHR, I have this one thumbnail, that's why I can see it. So COHR again had pretty big news in the pre-market, a $1 billion investment by a couple of Japanese companies. I think Mitsubishi and Den something or other, Denbo or Enro. Anyway, looks like it's trying to just kind of give it up. Well, guys, as long as this market just keeps wanting to move higher, these reversal plays are just really good. And you can see, remember, this is a multi-strategy window. This actually has two strategies in it, two scans in it. So here they are. Up big yesterday, but down big today. Down big yesterday, but up big today. So you can see how I have them color coded. So if it's down big yesterday, but up big today in light blue, and if it's in yellow, that meant up big, but down today. Not one is showing up that was up big yesterday, but down today. With, I have other filters in place here, of course, but not one on the way down today. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, looking, just following internal conversations, trade ideas. Somebody said, I think Goods, you said, don't look at TUP. Well, I got to look at it now because it's showing up in one little scan I got, TUP. All right, guys, in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room then. Okay, guys, cool. Well, actually, I mean, this is a nice recovery. QRVO. I almost thought about going along it. I did. This is definitely a nice recovery, even though they were bashed down by Citi with a $78 price target. Okay, guys, RENB, what's the spread like right now? I see that the last price is around 509, but what's the spread like? Boy, this is again, this could be a real sneaky one later on. I have an alert set for around 520 for it. If it gets there and the spread is decent, in other words, okay, here's another IPO, guys, GMMM, and it is a China stock. Now, this one might be, and $5 was the IPO price, 1 million shares. You can see my little notes. So GMM just started trading. So this one at least is above the five, at least above the IPO price of five, at least. And I think it just did it get halted again? No, I think this is residual. Well, at least this one is over the IPO price so far of five. I'm talking about the GMM. So this could be a good one. Could be a good one. And it got halted. So this is a good one actually. Well, so far so good. So far it is a good one. It just got halted and potential open is around 6, so it's got halted at 583. So at least it's above the IPO price. Doesn't matter. It's China. What does that mean? Who knows? Yeah. Mofi Metaverse. Meanwhile, back at the AKRO, the downfall, another new low. Yeah, it is kind of funny, isn't it? Global Mofi Metaverse, a China provider of virtual content and digital marketing services, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Digital reality company. Maxim, they're behind a lot of these China IPOs. Oh, guys, I mentioned COHR earlier. I think, looked like it was having a bit of a downturn, and it is starting to again trend down. Look at this, starting to move down. COHR. Okay, guys, I did confirm it will be Michael Noss in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes while I take my break. What was that other IPO, the one that starts with a K on the same day as CART? See how it's doing? Thank you. Yeah, KVYO. So let's see, take a look at that one. KVYO. It was the same as CART in terms of the IPO price. I think it was at 30. I'm sure it's so this is doing okay. So CART is really the only one that's not doing okay based on their initial IPO price. It's coming back today, but so both ARM and CART at least above the IPO prices. Well, let's see where this one's going to really open GMM. So, this is what I'll do, guys. I mean, the Halta is at 583. If somehow it dips down below it, I don't mean like way down here at five, but maybe down to 560 or something, and then it pops through 583. That is when I may take a shot at it. Okay, I won't chase it, of course. But right now, doesn't look like it's hard to know where it's. Well, it just opened. Okay, now let's see if I can get that fill. It gets back over 583. Yeah, right now it's a little dicey. Whoop! Wait a minute, guys. I have to pay attention to this. Guys, just give me a moment. I'm watching the GMM. I'll get a little whoop if it goes over six. What a game. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just waiting to see if I can get over 6. We've had 6,601 on the bid ask, but just not over 6 on the bid yet. There it is, 6,601. I'm looking at here. Okay, guys. All right. Okay, come on. I'm in at 580. Okay, that's why I'm. If I see 580, I'm out. I bailed, guys. I bailed. I mean, it may take off without me, but I bailed on it, so I made a little bit, but not much. No, I don't have a scan for IPO, Steve, but this is what I do, and what I think is better than an actual scan. I'll actually demonstrate right on the screen. I've got about 15 minutes before Michael takes or relieves me. So let me just show you what I do. I think it's better. I'll explain why. So first of all, this is what I use for IPOs. Okay, IPO scoop. So what I'll do is I'll put I can post it in here. This is what I do. So you can see there's GMM, but if you look at the IPO calendar, this is going to tell you what the upcoming ones are. So there was the GMM, there's the LRHC, there's the PMEC. Now this one, ATPC, is supposed to open tomorrow. Okay. So these are the ones that are opening tomorrow, Wednesday, potentially. Potentially. Here's a big one, obviously. Birkenstock. That's right, huge one. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, huge names behind it. Okay. But this is what I'll do. So take a look at this one, ATPC. So what I do is I put ATPC in the chart. Of course, it's not trading yet. So what I'll do is what I want to know is how many shares are issued and what is the IPO price. That's why you hear me say, it's below the IPO price or it's above it. And that's why this one, at least GMMM, was above the IPO price of 5. And the other two are below the LRHC and the PMEC. So no enthusiasm right now. So what I want to know though is when I create my price alert, right click, create my price alert, I'll put 1. Okay, obviously it's going to open when it opens, it'll open over 1. But now here's for me the important part though is putting what I call the structure in the notes section. It's the only time I use notes when I'm in the price alerts. So I'll put 1.7. I know what that means. $4. Okay, I know that means $4. Oops, 1 point. Okay. And the only other thing I do is I check to see where it's from. Because if it's China, these are the ones that, well, it looks like it's going to be China, Indonesia and China. Here we go. So Malaysia, but in the area. Okay. So I'll put Malaysia. Okay, I will put Malaysia. And then I save it. So if this starts trading tomorrow, my price alerts will pop up on my screen, and I don't have to guess. I don't have to figure out how many shares were issued, what was the IPO price, and all that. I'll have it right on hand. Okay. I think that's a better way of doing it rather than just sort of scanning for IPOs without having any information about them. So you could do this on the weekend. You could take a look at your calendar on the weekend, and you could even do it, at the end of the. You could do it on the weekend, but sometimes there will be some maybe introduced that you didn't see on the weekend. But usually, if you do it on the weekend, you'll see all the upcoming IPOs. You can see them all here. So here's the one on Friday. So I can do this. I can keep doing this. I'll put the Birkenstock one in. But can you see that that's a better way to do it so that you're way more informed rather than just seeing an IPO and not knowing anything about it? That makes sense? Okay, good. Now, the big ones like Birkenstock and all that, I'm not that interested in. I mean, I'll take a look at them, but I'm more interested in these crazy low float, low priced ones out of China. Those are the ones that can go, absolutely crazy. Very risky, of course, but those are the ones of interest to me. Yeah, this defense stock is still strong. Of course, had a big strong day yesterday. KTOS follow through today. KTOS follow through today. There's an AI alert at 1704 up to 1737. It has had a great day today, of course, because of the AKRO. And the ETNB, was you could have made a lot of money in that one too. You had to manage it, but that's why we say the AI is a machine, man and machine. The machine will alert you, but really, it's up to you to trade it. Because, for instance, if you rely just on the AI, it would be impossible, in my opinion. If you're going to alert for ETNB at 10:09, not impossible, but 10:09, and it was all the way down to 9:37. Okay, and you don't exit until 10:02. 7 cent gain. I mean, that would be no way to trade. So that's why it's a great watch list. Use it like a watch list, but you have to have some trading experience. And unfortunately, that's not what a lot of people want to hear. They want to take the AI and just have it trade for them, and it's just not going to work. Even this, if you follow the AI exactly, 1853 entry, exiting at 1778. I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken maybe some off, maybe if it popped up a bit, but I mean it's at 1557 now. So you're leaving a lot on the table. Oops, I'm going to move this up. I'm getting some alerts. I'm not sure what they are. Oh, there's the KTOS. KTOS. So has there been any bounce in Groupon? Not really. I mean, a little bit of one, I suppose, 1120 to 1150, but boy, this Groupon. And again, I'm not a finance major, so I can't interpret what this really means. I don't see the headline now. Yeah, I mean, so far these IPOs have not been really good at all. GMM and not that good at all either. I mean, it was gave me a minor profit on it, but big but here. I'm going to put an alert at 6:11 and see if it takes it out later on in the day or tomorrow or sometime this week. See if it takes it out, especially if it doesn't drop way down below the IPO price of 5. Hmm. Well, that's weird. My little thing I use for won't let me do it on this main monitor. Well, I'm going to let you know that I'm on a break. I noticed that this morning. I was trying to copy something or clip it, but I couldn't do it on the main monitor. I would probably have to reload trade ideas, and I don't want to do that. So you just kind of know, guys, I'm on a break till 1. Okay. I won't be able to put the announcement. Crazy. Yeah, crazy. And I've closed that. No, I won't do it. Won't do it on the main monitor. My other monitors are fine. Crazy. I don't know where Notepad is. That's okay. I'll let you guys tell everybody, okay? I'm on a break till 1. I know how it's happened before, and what I had to do was shut down trade ideas. Are you talking about a little inset with, say, a daily, weekly, monthly, Rory? So you have, say, your 15-minute chart, and then you have a little inset that is a daily, weekly, and monthly. That is our HTML, and the reason I'll try it, well, you know what? We'll see what happens. Ah. A lot of times this freezes my system. Yes. Well, you know what? That might be the my decision then, to shut down Trade Ideas and reload it again, because now I'm frozen. Well, I'll tell you what, he'll be in, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. He'll be in the YouTube room in about, well, should be there almost now. So give me a moment. Here's the YouTube link. He's not there yet, I don't think, but he should be there. Okay. You can head over there and listen to him and ask him where it was. But I'm now hung up. Yeah. I know Pepe is saying, why did you do that? Well, yeah, the problem is when I go to when I use these new charts. Wow, look at this. Well, it's actually, I'm wanting to shut down anyway, because I want to see if that fixes the problem that I can't copy on this window. Just waiting for Michael to show up.
I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
I just didn't want to interrupt.
Is that?
I just didn't want to interrupt. You were
Well,
ranting, so.
interrupt. Yeah, so somebody's asking for these new charts, but I don't know if you saw what's happened. The minute I switched to an HTML chart from the normal charts, I'm now frozen. So, okay, take over, Michael. Thanks. And I'm going to read Trade
Okay.
Ideas.
Cool. All right,
Okay.
guys. Do a share screen, do a window, do one of them, and then boom.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you.
All
Okay.
good.
Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you guys are new here, you don't know what we do this time every day is we give Barry some much needed time off, open up questions to the room when it comes to trading or anything Trade Ideas related. Generally speaking, I end up doing my homework because this is often my first look at the markets for today. I generally like to enter and do all of my trading in the afternoon after everything's kind of calmed down. As a bit of a swing trader mostly. So we're getting there. So if there are no questions, I will do my homework. Where can I see real-time put and call ratio? I would just grab up any top list, any alert window, any single stock window, and then add the put call ratio. Okay, let me change what I'm sharing here. We may do this a few times because I like the web version, but we're still adding some stuff over. So, right. So if you want to see a put call ratio on a stock, you can just right click, pick a single stock window. You can do this with literally most windows, 90% of windows in the app. As always, when you configure, you'll always see a search thing. If you want something, just ask, right? A little search bar, bring up whatever you need. Put call ratio is right there. So I can just click show column. And then there's the put call ratio on TIGR, which we're looking at. There's the put call ratio on WW, which we're also looking at. So there you go. And that will update as data comes in and as time goes by. So yeah, you can do that for anything within the system. You could use top list. You could use a alert window. You can kind of add those to whatever it is that you want to see. Yeah, so I was on Twitter talking just a little bit about this gap fill right here. So you take the low of that gap, on this day right here, right? You look at this gap in here. Quite often, on these big extended moves, you'll see them kind of push for a gap fill and then see whether or not that holds. That's kind of what my big watch is as well, right? The put call ratio real time, yeah. Yeah. And then the new chart's only on the web version. The ones with the fundamental data, yeah, for now. We're gonna basically the plan is slowly over time. Right now, we have a team building the web version, we have a team building the downloaded version, but we are building at the same time a way in the back end where we can kind of meld the two, right? So everything in the web or the downloaded version is actually like a web app, right? So as time goes on, you'll start to see less and less difference between the two until you can start to customize the web version a little bit, and then you can get all the stuff from the downloaded version. So, um, watching the Wealth 365, some good presentations. Looking forward to JC at 5. Is there any other recommendations? Let me see. Let me see who's on today. I like a lot of those. I usually have it up. I've had it up a fair amount, just kind of in the background while I work. I'm just trying to go through. If you're an options trader, they got Liz and Jenny on there when I'm done. That's a good uh it's a good duo. Tasty trade type people. And for Tay, that's the only one I know. JC is always a hoot to watch. I would definitely check him out. He always comes with way too many charts and just hammers through them. So what you can expect in any JC presentation is about the same, where it's just here's what I think of the market right now, and just tons and tons and tons and tons of charts, which is awesome. Um, the dude and his team, now that he's got a whole team behind him, they probably go through thousands, I would say, well over 1,000 charts a day, painting and their thesis of what's going to happen in the market. They're big on what a lot of people call intermarket analysis, right? So, what is gold going to do to the dollar? What is energy when it relates to financials? All of these things. So, he basically puts together like a big picture. So we go. I think I have something in the background that keeps taking my data. Yeah, so we'll bring out, say, hey, this is what energy's doing. Now let's compare energy to the dollar, all that kind of stuff, right? So, no hooks at this time, Carl. No way to connect us to an outside party because we have no way to track where that data is going and what it's doing and being redistributed without our knowledge, all that kind of stuff, right? The web-based charts are not based out of TradingView, and no, there's going to be no integration. We've built our own charts from the ground up, and we like them, and we're going to continue to add things to them as time goes on. You can link the downloaded version of the scans to TradingView charts if you want, but we're working on our own package, right? TradingView, really good charts at TradingView. Certainly not going to lie there. Scanning is just atrocious. So our plan is that we got the scanning. So if we can update our charts over time so they're better than theirs or equal to theirs, then that's going to be good for business. Yeah, I look at the gap as the literal white space right here. So like, the high of this candle to the low of this candle, right? Where essentially no, right? This is S&P 500 is a ETF on a future contract. So of course there was trading that occurred here. But essentially no trading has taken place in that area. That's why they're kind of significant, is there's these voids at which price has never gotten to. So we don't know what's going to happen to them at that. Plus, I'm also looking at the lows happen here. Just a really big move. I've been incredibly long since we kind of broke out of these two range right here. One of my favorite things to do for entries and exits. So when you have something like the SPY, and we've been in a wild bull market here in the SPY for the longest time, I think over a year now, is on pullbacks. There's a couple ways that you can nail pullbacks, right? And one of them is kind of wait, like I did here at 420 when we were messing around this zone right here. I waited for the break to occur as a breakout. When I'm buying pullbacks, like I got this low right here for the same thing. This was quote unquote a bad it's a bad CPI number, quote unquote, right? Because I always refine them and change them later. And it gapped down and then just rallied all day and closed green. I bought a whole bunch on the close of that day, and that started this kind of new leg higher. So when I was looking here, going to a 30-minute chart, when I was looking here and I saw this same thing where we gapped down or there was a bad non-farm payroll, but the market didn't care, just rallied. And as soon as we started to kind of close green back over this 425 area, I just started to buy stuff in my portfolio for trading. And now I'm in kind of the sell mode just because it's had such a monstrous rally in the last few days. So that's why I'm watching this gap right here. If I start to see on like the 30-minute chart, I start to fail at that gap, that's going to be my cue, I think, to maybe add a few shorts or scale out of anything. Definitely cut anything that's not working for me. Start to pare back on some stuff that is right. Just get a little bit less long and a little bit more short. That's kind of my idea. How can we use a put call ratio in our benefit? Some people look at it as the options market is quote unquote the smart money. So if people are leaning a lot on puts, then that means people are betting against the stock. Uh, the quote unquote smart money is betting against the stock. And if they're leaning a little bit more calls, then they're betting more long on the stock. The issue I have with that is for every option buyer, there's also an option seller, right? And since we know that 85+% of all options expire completely worthless, I would argue the smart money, generally speaking, in an option trade is the guy who's selling it, right? Because that's the guy with an 80% win rate. Whereas the buyers have a little bit more of a uphill battle, right? You have to be right in both direction and time. So I don't put too much credence to that because, right, any thought time you could make both sides of the argument, and I can't see any logic for which one is going to win and which one's going to lose. I start to get a little bit, I just dismiss that information more than anything. So, one example is economic reports. So non farm payroll comes out, and then all of a sudden, everyone's saying, oh, this is horrible. And I think the justification they used was, uh, a lot of people have jobs, and that's bad because Powell is going to have to raise interest rates. So the market's selling because they have all these increased jobs. And then it flips to, I don't know what the narrative, right? They're just, the narratives are being made up after the fact as opposed to before the fact. Like every time you watch a CNBC or anything like that, in most cases, it's markets are up on this today. Well, no one actually knows why markets are up or down. Anyone who says they do is just a liar. Um, like you could guess, but it's just that, right? And no one is telling you why they're buying or selling stock, right? So there's no way to know why something is up or down. Right. So the same thing with put call ratios. I could see the narrative being done after the fact where it's, oh, this was up and it had a really high put call ratio. So there was a lot of calls sold against this name because the smart money sells them. And then the other thing, right? It's the other way around where, oh, it's down because it had a high put call ratio, which means there was a lot of puts being bought. Right. So it's like you can see the direction of the stock and then make up the narrative after the fact. I just don't like that. Again, if it's something you use and it works for you, great. Um, There is a if you go into a support, Carl, there is a way to set up an alert window to text and email. Uh, I believe that's something that they're building out now, but it won't be super frequent, right? So, like, we have to put limiters on them. Um, are there any third-party apps for client-side software? I don't know what you mean, HS. There is no way to link to Trade Ideas with third-party apps. Period. Now you can use our external linking to send a trade ideas symbol when you click on it to a trading view chart or external chart if that's on the downloaded version, if that's what you're after. But like any sort of direct API, webhook, blah blah blah, there's nothing. Um, and our goal is to make it so that we are a fully self-contained software that no one will really need that or care anyway. I don't trade futures. Futures, no. So futures are just a different instrument in which to trade, right? So we're looking at the SPY here, which is the S&P 500. So this is just an ETF that owns the underlying um, basket of stocks. But you could also express this via futures, right? Which is just a contract that provides leverage and uh, and almost an infinite ability to short based off of the same kind of thing, right? So, kind of like another way to look at it is, GLD is the gold ETF, but there will also be a gold future contract, just a different trading instrument. Whereas options expire, futures, I guess, technically expire, but you can roll over into new ones for little to no cost. So again, just another piece of information, another piece of data, put call ratio. Some people like it, some people don't. For me, I'm more of a pure price guy. Right? Uh give me a reason in which to be interested in a name. I want to go through, oh, I keep clicking that. I want to go here. I want to take a look at kind of what's up and down the most. So for me, it's I you can paint whatever narrative you want after the fact, but for me, I'm interested in price, right? So Lumen is an S&P 500 name. That's wild. Pretty wild short float on that, on LUMN. All right. Let's just pop back here for a second. Yeah, so one of the next things that will be added to the web version will actually be the Market Explorer, where I personally do a lot of my scanning from. I'm excited for. TIGR is moving nicely. I picked some of that up last night. Same with WW. This APP is very interesting here. A nice little breakout of this range. So it's number 2 ranked on TI strength. Uber. So Uber's interesting with this kind of potential rounded bottom going on here. Getting just draw in a couple rays. Right, so broke that downtrend right over here. So solid breakout in this today, but part of the problem I have with buying breakouts right now is just how overextended the SPY looks in the short term. So this is a nice breakout in Uber, something that I'll be interested to watch to see if it holds. Uh, but yeah, nice little breakout here. But then the SPY, that's kind of what's holding me back. Just within this gap, I just think there'd be a lot of BS, for lack of a better term, that we're going to be in for in this range. So as we kind of come up and close it, I just wouldn't be shocked if we go into a lower time frame, and then we just see a little bit more. Oh, that's also the daily. That's what's going on. 30-minute. Right, but we are just up. Every 30-minute candle so far is green. So for me, that might be a sign that's when I may look to take some profits on things. If we have our first like reversal on a 30-minute candle, I don't zoom in at all anymore lower than a 30-minute chart. I'm just an old boomer. But it works for me. Yeah, because I really like buying. Pullbacks, right? Pullbacks and breakouts is just basically my very simple strategy. It's find me a trend and find me a way to get into that trend. Nike, I'm actually watching still here for short, right? Because Nike's in a pretty obvious downtrend here, right? And it bounced, so if it does roll over, then it could continue this downtrend. It's very hard to buy stocks for me right now because the market's moved a bunch. So that means either the if the stock's continuing to pull back, that's just a relatively weak name. If the market's breaking out, then it's kind of a relatively strong name, right? So whoever is typing in chat, yes, that works. Yeah, so Nike's one that I'm watching here as it's kind of gapped up on this earnings and sold off and really hasn't been able to get going. Obviously if we break this high, I'll no longer watch it, but again, just solid downtrend, downward sloping 200-day moving average. Just for me, that's something I don't want to look at from the long side. I want to look at from the short. So that's what I'm going to be probably doing a lot of today while I wait for questions. Because again, I've been very very long since Friday. I've owned Funko breaking out today. I own a lot of Meta, hard out some of that. Spotify hasn't done nearly as well. So, yeah. So that's something I'll probably cut if the market turns right away. I'm long around this 160 area looking for this breakout. And it's just chopped around ever since. WW, I mentioned TIGR, along this name as well. These were all TI strength names, just a lot of them, like SCS. I think I made a video about this, and I'm actually just long from this $11 area. Here's a lot of the stuff, right? Spotify. This TW, right? This was a nice pullback, an anchored VWAP pullback from this low right here. You draw on your anchored VWAP, you see that sits around $80, and it just fired around $80 for a number of days. So as it bounced off and it closed strong on this day right here at 81, pick some of that up. RELY was along that on this breakout. This was a TI strength trade. So you can see all of these are really similar, and they're all incredibly basic trades. I forget why. Oh, yes. No, I bought this one because it pulled back and did this fake out and then came back up. Kaba just long off this. This was another anchored VWAP pullback. Right. Very simple dude. I like my anchored VWAP pullback scan. Right. I like my volatility contraction or base break scan. You can see all the anchored VWAPs that were holding this in, and then just this prior level. So Kaba had broken out, and then it pulled back into this level. It had held nicely. So this day that it broke through and spent some time above 15, that's where I pulled the trigger, and so far so good. But with all of these, right, long a significant amount. Oh, Dell's doing great. I bought Dell yesterday on the close. Alarm I bought yesterday on the close. VNT, I have not in this one yet, but that's a nice look. Not in this one either, but that's a nice look. Akamai, and not in this one, but it looks like it hit that level and failed. So, but yeah, that's just what I've been doing is looking for pullbacks in strong names, stronger than the market as the market's been pulling back. And now that I've gotten that, now I have to think, okay, what's next? Right. So, like, CBay is a perfect example. This was one that I wanted to buy back over 15, and it looks kind of like that Kaba that we were just talking about. Has anchored view app support from this large gap, basing here for another couple days, and I was looking to see if we could break this base right here and start to push higher on something. This has been just an insane trend from, I think, a low of in the pennies to $15. Uh, yeah, like $1.40 up to 15. Just been a monster. The whole question I have, right, and the way that I trade, just talking out loud while I'm waiting for questions, is that if this goes right now, well, it's lagged behind the market over the last 3 or 4 days. Is this something I want to be getting involved in? So that's why I'm just in the place right now where I can't buy stuff here because we've just done too much too quickly. Uh, I don't want to just sell stuff randomly because we're up too much, because that's not the move. You want to wait for some sort of reversal signal to tell you, hey, it's probably time to lock some in. So I'm basically just sitting with a full portfolio, waiting to short a couple names if and when gives me the trigger. So Planet Fitness was one that I was watching for a short, but it looks like this is gonna be fine. Again, just really obvious downtrend. It bounced up. I believe it was a gap, anchor VWAP from right before this gap right here. Yeah, just like that. It was coming into this anchored VWAP, pulled off it, and then it was basing. So I was looking to see if it broke down this base, and it reversed the move higher. I'm going to leave this on the list, but if we close above 50, I'll probably ignore this one. That and Nike, I'm kind of interested in. And then my game plan is I'm going to start using this anchored VWAP pullback list, and then we'll start looking for more shorts, right? Or again, it looks like the market. So that's a good looking one. And that snaps over the last few days. See, yeah, those things look good, but they're just too far gone. That's chasing. Chasing for me, so I'm not interested. So yeah, this five below, for example, is one that I'm going to put on watch. Let's put in a price alert here. See if it reverses a little bit. The right, what I see in this one is the anchored VWAP is being drawn in for me. I'm not drawing these. That's part of the anchored VWAP add-on that you can give a shot if you're interested. What I'm looking for is basically to be under an anchored VWAP for a long period of time, you have to be in a downtrend. So I'm looking for these bounces and downtrends, and if they look weak, if I start to see a rollover in them, then these offer really good risk reward pullback plays. Plus, we're dealing with this low back here, right? You can see the area that we're dealing with right there. So then I put this one on watch, and I say, okay, if this thing get some weakness today, and right, I'm always watching the SPY. Actually, just take this instead of switching back to it. Let's just duplicate here, and we'll just move that over here and make some changes. Turn off symbol linking, and we're going to take the indicator, and I'm going to just remove volume to give me some more room. There. So now we're going to watch the SPY here, and let's put it on a 30-minute chart. There we go. So yeah, I'm just looking to see if this thing pauses as a good way. It's just one of those situations where when you're up, when you nail a good trade and you're up, which I nailed the near the lows on the SPY here. I was talking about, not bragging, just kind of talking about my thought process. But so I bought a whole bunch of stuff around there, and that stuff is all paying really, really nicely. So what I'm doing is when I'm kind of talking through this, same thing I do in my head is I'm basically saying, okay, Mike, but you need a reason to get out, right? I know you think that this gap could cause some problems. We're into this old area right here. That could cause some problems, but there's nothing stopping the market just from, ripping right through. So I'm basically looking for, okay, what would it look like if the market was going to give out? And I think it would be, you know, up. We're up a whole bunch of candles in a row. So if we get a pretty hard reversal here, then that's what I'm going to be interested in. And if you look, we're putting in could be what 1 minute left in the candle. Yeah. So this looks like a doji candle where the opening is right near the high. So that could be. So if we start to pull back into the 436 area, then I'd probably go, okay, it's time to not sell at all, but sell a lot and look for some shorts. So let's see if we can find some other short ideas other than Five, Nike, and Planet Fitness. Just on what you said, how much cost averaging do you do? I generally don't average. Well, I never. I would like to say never. I know never to add into losers, and I'm pretty 99% good on that. Sometimes I relapse, but I know never to average into losers. When when it comes to winners, yes, I'm okay. I do. I wouldn't say frequently, but I do sometimes um, average out of winners, and I do that quite frequently. So, what I want to do is I want to see what is a reason to sell, right? So, for me, it's okay. I'm in these positions. I'm up a bunch of these positions. Now I want the market to give me a reason to get out of these positions. That's the plan, right? Um, so I haven't seen that yet, right? If we're looking here at the market, these are 30-minute candles. So this is going back till the 9th and even closer on Friday. So I look at this chart and I say, okay, there's no reason to get out. So, um, again, if it turns, then what I do is I build this kind of plan. And my plan that I've been talking out is that, okay, anything that I bought like Spotify that hasn't participated in the rally, well, that's going to be the first to go because there's some relative weakness there where Spotify just couldn't get going, whereas like Meta rocketed. So I would rather keep Meta than keep Spotify. So I have this kind of checklist of right, sell anything that's not been working if I think the market's looking a little toppy, and then probably take a chunk out. You could say a half a position or a third of my position for profits and the rest, and then add some shorts, right? Because I still want to hold a bunch of Meta. I may have gotten a really good price, so I'd like to hold it just in case. Because if I did get a really good price with a really good risk reward, I bought it like 306, 307, I think, and my stop was just under 300. So I think I put initial stop at like 299.99. Um, and if I'm right and this thing wants to shoot back to highs, well, that's like a 20 to 1 risk reward on the rest of the position. But we are getting up near highs, so I want to lock some in. So that's why I like to add on the way out, but I generally don't add on the way in. I find that there's the whole saying, only losers add to losers, right? If you're down on the position, you're adding to it. It's actually just good money after bad, right? That's like exactly what you're doing. You're throwing money that you have not lost into something that you have lost on, and you should probably just move on. And then adding to winners, the reason I don't like that is because it raises my cost basis. So for me, it's when a trade triggers, I take the trade, I put out my stop loss, I accept that loss, and then I manage the winner. I don't worry about managing the losers. There's a really bad saying that I hate in trading that winners manage themselves. Um, And I just don't agree with that. Like losers manage themselves, right? If I were to have bought Meta here and 307, let's say, and then it went to 299.99, that loss is managed. It just the system does it. That's why we have stop loss orders. That's managed, it's sorted, it's done with. The winners are what needs my attention. Right? So that's why you've noticed I haven't focused on any trades that I've taken that may just be stopped out because I don't have to do anything with that, right? That's why generally when I do wrap up videos about trades, I talk about winners. I usually in every video say, hey, just reminder, no trader wins on every trade. Most traders are 50 to 60% accurate, all the stuff I rant about all the time. But losers are simple, right? You take your trade, you put your stop loss. If your stop loss gets hit, it's a loser, you move on. Again, it's the winners that I want to manage. So that's what I'm looking at doing here is how do I manage these winners? And then if I do believe that that gap fill is going to cause a little bit of trouble, I'm just looking now for relatively weak names that are bouncing into important anchored VWAPs, which is what the scan is. See, it drew the purple line. It's drawing, the system is drawing for me, is always the anchored VWAP. So it's drawing the anchored VWAP from this high in Virtue Financial, rallied up, hit that, which is also this kind of resistance right here. You can see this was a level we broke down from, this 18-ish. We've hit that anchored VWAP, and even with the market moving higher, this is actually down on the day. So it was up earlier in the day and it reversed and pushed lower. So that's what I'm looking for, okay, we have the anchored VWAP here. We have relative weakness to the overall market. We've got a pretty weak looking stock anyway, sitting below all of this overhead resistance. So this is one that I'll add to the list. So we'll just put on a little look here. And then I end up doing, again, I'm just, because there are no questions, I'm just talking out my plan here. So I take a look, right? A little bit low volume, only 174,000 shares today. Not really a huge fan of that. I would like more, but it's a financial company. So, some things like I'm not going to short biotechs, right? I'm not going to short like um, some biotech that could release FDA approval or something overnight. I don't like, I'm not into that. So I just do a little bit. That's why I have that single stock window. And why I like it so much is that i I kind of have everything I need sorted, right? Just filling out some orders in case I'm right here. Yeah, so then what I would do with this Virtue is I'd just go into a 30-minute chart and then look and say, okay, if the market starts to coil down off of that gap, where do I think I'd be interested in potentially entering this one? Well, probably just be the low of the day. Gapped up, ran, hit that anchored VWAP and failed, bounced, and put in a weak bounce and then sold. And now we're looking for it to so that's probably going to be a good trigger. Is I could short under, I call it 1756 and put a stop out at 1770. And then so that's, say, 25 cents just to make it easier. Then I say, okay, what's the probability I could make 50 cents and it could get down to 17? Well, I think that's pretty doable. Right. So if I end up doing a risk like that, and I could say, oh, could it get back to 17? Yeah. Then if it breaks through 70, then Bob's your uncle. But so there we go. That's kind of how I look at trades. What do I think of the market? What do I think of the trend? Is there a low risk area for me to take a shot? Yes, take the shot. Move on with my day. Um, You have any tips on staying in a trade like that? Is it working when you're using multiple time frames? Sometimes I get spooked. And that's the I always say the hardest part of trading is the exit, right? I really think that you could take random positions, and if you manage the exit correctly, you would make money, right? I think there's uh, so you're asking the right question. I think there is way too much focus in trading on the entry, on the setup, on all of these things, right? I just don't, and I don't think that's the move, right? Um, so first of all, have a plan beforehand. Obviously, I tout that all the time. Like I even told you what I already told you what my plan is on this one, but lay that out beforehand, right? Where you want to make sure that you're um because so the old saying that I love, the an old mentor I had basically said, "You don't get smarter when the bullets start flying," right? Um, so basically, when the P&L starts flashing, and especially hopefully as you get a better trader and they become bigger and bigger numbers, uh, when you're in a trade, your emotions are escalated, right? So this is why every professional trader you will see will harp on the have a trading plan before you get in, right? Because you're not going to make more rational, intelligent decisions about your trade when you're in your trade. It's not going to happen. You're going to make your best decisions before the trade starts or when you're not in a trade at all, right? It just like I guarantee you, it's just this is a promise from me to you, right? So you have to have some plan beforehand. So that's the first thing. Now, what that is, I don't think is super relevant, but for me, right, I told you I'm going to short if it breaks under this level. We're getting a little bit of that pullback here in the SPY. Nothing crazy. We've haven't even broken the prior 30-minute candles low, um, but I'm going to probably take a little bit of a shot if the market starts to pull. I told you my entry, I told you my stop loss, and all of that's taken care of. So then when it comes to management, I think the simple thing, if you don't want to use any indicators, is you just ask yourself, is it in trending in my direction for my time frame? So you notice that I've always switched here from daily charts to 30-minute charts, and that's 100% on purpose. It's because I look at the daily for the setup and the trend direction, and then I look at the 30-minute for entries. Now, when it comes to exits, it will be the same thing. If I go into the daily chart and we start to kind of look like this, where uh, we're roughly going down, right, with some sort of a kind of pattern, then I'm going to stay in the trade. I'm going to just continue to move my stop down above each time that bears took control. So if we're moving down and then we bounce, and then bears take control and we move lower, then my new stop goes here, and so on and so forth. But what I'll probably do is if we pull back anywhere near the $17 area that looks like support, I'll take some off the table. So, again, the best way to make sure that you're sticking with that position is to have the plan. The best way to psychologically, I think, do it is to make sure that you have is to make sure that you understand a few things, right? One being that um, if you sell a bit yes, you're going to cap your upside on the trade, right? If you sell half of your position and then, it comes out the next day that whatever this company is, the CEO is committing fraud or whatever, the secretary's stealing the petty cash or really bad news comes. I need to be okay when I sold part of my position that I am capping my ultimate upside on the trade. I am doing that, however, to A, reduce risk on the trade, but B, to allow myself more room on my stops. So, like Meta, for example, right? So I'm in Meta. I just actually took when the market just turned a little bit there. I just punched out while I was chatting with you guys half of the position. And the main reason is we're up near resistance. We've, 3 days in a row to get there. The market put in this kind of doji star and it started to pull down a bit. So I just took half the position off, right? So that's good. What that gives me is a stop loss in the back half is now break even. So barring some sort of insane gap on Meta, it's a profitable trade. And that to me helps my thinking of, well, now I just need to let the trend work itself out. Right. So, right, if Meta does pull back and maybe it finds support back here at 320 and then it starts to move higher, well, I can move my stop up under 320, knowing that every dollar now I can get out of Meta on this particular trade is is you know extra money outside of what it was that my because I have no risk on the trade anymore. So everything I make now in my eyes is kind of profit above risk. You'll see options people do this very often. If they buy options and they will almost immediately, like my buddy Sean, who does a lot of option stuff, he immediately, like the second he gets into the trade, he puts out a profit target for half of the position at double the price of that option. Because his idea is that if I'm right with this trade, and you get a push up or down, whether you're buying calls or puts in that direction, then um, I want to just take the risk off the table because when it comes to options, as soon as you sell half for a double, the other option, whatever you end up selling that for, is kind of pure profit because you've paid for like the whole trade when you've taken half off. And I look at the same kind of thing too. Is now when I took the risk management, uh, when I took the risk reduction by selling part of that Meta, now it's like, okay, anything I can sell it for above what I paid for it, that's a kind of a bonus, I guess. Uh, so what it just mentally, and I know this mathematically not correct, but mentally, what that allows me to do is just say, okay, it's time to be patient. Let the trend direction of Meta change. So right now, that would be giving up a fair amount of total profits. If we go back to Meta on the 30-minute chart here, right? So that would probably be if we broke this area right here because we, pushed up. That was the first meaningful pullback. The area where bulls took control is right in this area, and then it pushed up again. So if we pull back and we find some support somewhere below this level, and then we start to push up again, then my stop goes to here. So on and so forth. And what you'll get is eventually, every now and then, the taking half off kind of pays the bills. It puts money in the pocket. But I've mentioned this trade a few times. The reason I like talking about this one is I did it live on stream. Is in I took this breakout on Mara right here. And when it pushed up a few days in a row, kind of in this area, I took half the position off there. Just I was only risking from here to here. So I took half of the position off for nearly doubling my risk. And then it just kind of grinded higher for days and days and days. And I think I got out on the way down somewhere in this area right here. So it ended up being a wicked trade. But the only thing that gave me the guts to hold till all the way up here was taking half of my position off right there and kind of paying myself. So again, I hope that makes sense. The way I look at it, there's a lot of different ways. Some people, if you're a profit target person, some people believe in you take the trade, you put out your stop loss, and you put out your profit target, and that's it. And I definitely see the merit behind that, where they just say, so VIRT. Let's keep bopping around. Click on it, so it draws the anchored VWAP. So if, for example, my profit target on this guy was this, say a little bit below above $17 a share because of all the support here, if that was my profit target, then some school of thought is, right, you punch in your short, you put out your stop loss, and then you put out your profit target, and that's it. One of those two things get hit. Some people might, on top of that, add a uh, what they just call a bar exit. So to say, hey, I'm going to be in it for a week, right? So it's Tuesday, maybe it's like I'm going to give this 4 or 5 days to reach my profit target. So they'll write down, or they'll make a note or something that says, hey, in 4 days, tell me to close out this wherever it is, just to stop them from holding trades that are doing nothing for long periods of time. But yeah, there is a school of thought that says pick a target, you pick a stop loss, right? You accept the risk, and you move on. And then as long as your profit target is bigger, 1.5 to 3 times your stop loss, then eventually, if you're even 30 to 40% accurate, eventually the numbers will just work out for you. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't see a single thing wrong with that style of thinking. It's the important thing with all of these things when you're managing risk is you understand that they're just like you would never think you're smart enough to pick the bottom on a name, right? You're never going to be like, hey, I'm going to know that I'm going to buy XYZ company at the lowest tick that it's ever going to be in, right? My entry for VIT are it was right here. I picked the absolute very bottom. Just like you never do that, you're never going to pick the top or the bottom for your exit. You're always going to either be exiting too early on something you could have made more on, or it's going to come around and it's going to get a trailing stop and you're going to exit too late. It's the nature of it. It's just the way it works. So, kind of what you have to do is you have to say, okay, which of those will I be less pissed about over time? Um, will I be less upset if I short here and put out a profit target there, and then it hits that profit target and it just tanks? Will that make me more mad? Or if I short here and then put out some sort of a trailing stop, maybe behind a moving average, or the way I showed you guys just by looking at the 30-minute trend, whatever that is, if it goes all the way down here and then it starts to pull back and I get stopped out on the way back up and I left all that money, I only made $500 and I could have made $750 or $1,000 or something, right? So it's just basically which of those will make you the least mad, and then I think that's probably the ultimate trading style for you. For me, again, it's just a hybrid, right? Give me half of my position on it when momentum starts to slow on my initial trade, and then let me trail the rest based off trend. And what happens with my portfolio is sometimes I have an entire portfolio of things that I've already taken some profit on, and I'm trailing the stop on the rest. And then in those times, there's very little for me to do. Right? I just every hour or so, I open up my trade ideas and I move my stops around, and then I close it. And I do other work, and then there's some times where I'm sitting a lot in cash, and that's when I'm kind of in hunt mode, right? So took 10 minutes yesterday to write all of my thoughts when I was up on a position by 10%. That's the other thing too. I don't look, you notice I've never mentioned the percentage that I'm up or down on a position. I don't like that as a metric simply because um simply because it doesn't really matter. It should all be a percentage of your risk, right? If someone comes to you and says, I made 20% gain on my trade, uh, that is, to a professional trader, that's a completely meaningless number. Because if you made 20% on the trade, but you were risking 40% on the trade, you go, oh, well, I'm glad you're able to get out okay. Right? No one's impressed with your 20% win if you were risking 40%, right? If you're up 20% on a position and you were risking 3% on the trade, then I go, oh, that's great. You made, it's not 10 times your risk, but 6, 7 times your risk. Congratulations. 6 times your risk. Geez, I gotta finish my coffee. All right, so that's kind of step one, and then they call that in Van Tharp. William Van Tharp wrote a lot of books about this. They call that R, and I encourage traders heavily to always start thinking in R. And R is essentially your risk on each trade. So, for example, let's say you have, let's make the math real simple on me because, as I said, I'm still nursing my second coffee here. So let's say you have a $100,000 account and you want to employ, it's called R multiple trading. All right. You're trying to develop this R thinking. So you basically say, okay, I'm going to risk, let's make the math simple, 1%. I think 1% is too high. I would probably recommend, say, 0.5 or point. I don't recommend anything. I'm just some dude on the internet. 0.5 or 0.25% of your account. But let's do 1 for the easy math. So I'm going to risk 1% on my trade, each trade. So I'm going to risk $1,000. So go 1K. I'm going to risk 1K per trade. So now everything is framed versus this. So if you make $500 on a trade, this is why I was bad at first person shooters, trying to move my mouse this accurately. So you do 500 on a trade, then that would be 0.5 R. If you make 2K on a trade, then that's 2 R, right? 2 times your risk. And then just over and over and over again. That's what you're looking to do. And then what you do is you reevaluate that R multiple periodically on your account. So let's say you did good and now your account value is $110,000. Again, just simple math for a simple mind. And your R is 1%. Well, now your risk isn't $1,000, it's 1,100. So what it does is a couple things. A, it standardizes your trade because, again, being up or down 5%, 10%, 50%, 100% doesn't matter, right? If someone, you see someone in options saying, "Oh, I made 100% on my options trade," it's like, okay, well, were you risking the entire value of that option? Well, if so, that was a 1R trade. It's an okay trade. If you're right any more than 50% of the time with a 1R trade, you will make money. The other thing that it does is stops something that a lot of traders I see get in a lot of trouble, where maybe they'll risk, $50 on a trade and then $50 on a trade, and they'll all these trades are doing well, and then they just risk $500 on a trade, and it's like, well, right, if that one trade loses, you have to do 10 profitable trades to make it back. So by R multiple trading, you're saying this is my R multiple, so it's always going to be this amount. So, you just do the math of here's my entry, here's my stop loss. I want to risk $100, $1,000, $10,000, $1 million, however big of a trader you are, whatever it is, doesn't matter. And then you can communicate in this R, right? Because again, just like percentages, if I came to you and I said, "Oh, on that Mara trade, I made 10 grand," right? That shouldn't mean anything to you, right? Because if I was risking 100 grand and I made 10 grand, It's like, that's a pretty bad trade, Michael. You're that's not good. You shouldn't do that. If I was risking $1,000, I made $10,000. It's an amazing trade, right? So comparing everything back to risk is something that I really think helps, because then the numbers don't matter. Because again, hopefully over time, your account gets big, and then those numbers become bigger. But if you just always equate them back to, I lost 1R, I made 2R, I lost 3R, it's a really good way to do it. And then the last thing it does that's amazing is that, as I showed, as your account grows, you're risking more money on every trade, but the same R value. And as your account shrinks, if you're in a losing streak, it does the opposite, right? So let's say, just do the opposite thing. Let's say your account's 80K, right? You're down 20K from where you started. Well, now your risk is only $800 a share. So this should, in theory, eliminate the potential of blowing up your account, because as your account reduces in value, so does your risk, and as your account increases in value, so does your risk. So a lot of things. Again, I think it's William. All I know is Van Tharp. I think it's William Van Tharp. Did a lot of, he was a kind of a quantitative and a systems trader, and he did a lot of study on this, because one of his main findings after studying uh, thousands and thousands of different hedge funds and trading philosophies and all that, is it's really the guy who manages risk the best that ends up trading the best. And that's kind of all there is to it. At the end of the day, anyone can get lucky in the market. It's about staying alive long enough to get lucky, if that makes sense. Whew.
Michael.
Barry.
Michael.
What's
Yeah,
going
so
on?
I'm hearing your explanation, but they are, and of course, I talk about that also. But I'm amazed how many people, when they go into trading, and let's say they take 500 shares of a $2 stock, they think they're risking $1,000.
Yeah. No.
Seriously, they think,
Yeah.
well, I guess I'm risking $1,000, not understanding that, well, you got to have a stop. So your stop is obviously not, unless your stop is zero, down to zero, you're
Well,
not
that's
risking
what the meme
$1,000.
stock people are doing, right?
Well, yes,
Too
yes,
soon.
yes, yes.
BBBYQ just gone.
Yeah, yeah. But it is amazing. I think, I mean, it's simple concept, to just define your risk every trade and get out. But simple concept. But let's face it, Michael. I know I didn't do it at the beginning, and I'm
Nope.
sure you didn't do it at the beginning. And it only until I started making stupid losses, even though I had planned to get out with a manageable loss, a number of times that I finally said, "This is ridiculous."
Yes. Yeah.
Get out, move on, and because just like what you said before, well, you sort of said, if you're making $50 a trade, then you get sort of a lot of courage, thinking, "Oh, risk
Yeah.
$500 on the next trade." But
Yeah.
even worse, you start losing. You start losing more than you thought. Losing more than you managed, or you went past your risk. So instead of losing the 100, you lost 300, 400, and then you start the revenge trading, because then you start beating yourself up. Why did I do that? Well, I got to get it all back. And so, well, what do you have to do? If you're going to risk $100 a trade and now you're down 400, then you're going to risk 500 the next one, because then you can make it all back and be up 100. And you know what happens? You lose
That's
that one. Now you're down almost 1,000, and it is. I mean, I've done it. If anybody
yeah.
is sitting there saying they haven't done it, they're, I don't want to use the term lying, but you're just not being truthful to yourself. We've all done it.
No, and it's also why I think the ranting about you need the plan beforehand is so big, is because you're right.
Mhm.
And that's, anyone who listens to a story like that says, well, that's stupid. It's like, yes, it is, but you're obviously not thinking perfectly soundly at the time. And emotions, when it comes to trading and when it comes to money, can be a really big deal. That's why, right, you have to have this stuff planned. But yeah, I am shocked with the little people get taught this R thing. And I think the problem with is it's not sexy to talk about risk management.
Mhm.
So I think people got to get slapped around enough before they kind of
Yeah.
are interested in looking at it. And then that's why I always preach that, right? The win rate thing, that the best traders in the world, and they're going to be wrong 3 or 4 or even 5 out of 10 times, right? So
Sure.
once you, and it's easy to people hand wave that number. They go, "Oh yeah, I know that." But it's like until you internalize that every time you hit the button there's a 50% chance that you're wrong.
Right.
Then I think it really starts to sink in. You go, "Okay, I got to get my shit together."
Well, the other thing is that, in fact, Michael, you know what? I have to leave. Can you hang on for about 5 minutes? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
I'm gonna have to recharge my headset. Just give me a moment, okay?
Cool.
Thanks.
I'll just pop back the screen here. But yeah, so as I was saying, it's one thing to it's one thing to quote unquote know. And then there's another thing to like internalize it. And I think that's what, and people ask me all the time, what was like really my light bulb moment, that made trading to me easier, I guess is a term for it. It was just knowing that. It was knowing that if I'm planning on doing this, I'm 36, I think now. If I'm planning on doing this for 30 years, which I hope I am, 30 more years, 66 or 70, or I could be Peter Brandt and go really, really long. Um, I need to know that for the rest of my days, every time I hit that button, there's a 50% chance I'm going to be wrong. So the only way for me to survive doing that is to make sure I'm managing risk on every single position, right? Which is why, if anyone's following me on Twitter, I've spent the last like 2 years just being obnoxious to meme stockholders. Because A, right, these are garbage companies, they're all going to zero. And then B, um, is to try to like wake someone up and say, hey, for you to get a lot of these people, for them to get back to even on AMC, you're talking it going to 600, like 400, 500, 600, and it's at $9, right? So that's gone, right? It's over. Rip. Uh, but if you never get in that situation, and again, I've been in that. I've held stocks to zero. I've been in that situation. Uh, just like Barry said, anyone who says they haven't gotten a hit like that is probably lying. Um, the Yeah, it's to make sure that it's like they internalize. They go, okay, yeah, I got hit. The market's not rigged. Wasn't a market maker or short attack or ladder attack or whatever these kids are calling it these days. They took a trade. They were wrong. They refused to accept it and get out. It's like, again, I honestly think you could take any random trading strategy, and if you manage risk correctly over the long run, um, you will be very, very, uh, you'll be profitable in the long run with a completely randomized trading strategy. So then, if that's true, then we should start that. You know what? Remind me next time I'm here next Tuesday. I'm going to open up the Brokerage Plus simulator, and you guys are going to give me a random position and a random direction. And I'm going to take that trade and I'm going to manage those trades, and we'll see if we can grow an account. That'll be an interesting series too. Do I have anything in my Brokerage Plus account? My fake account? No, I don't. Oh yeah, I have SWBI. So let's flatten that.
All right.
You're back, right? Barry.
I'm back. I'm here. Can you
Cool.
not hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
So you're good to go?
I'm good to go.
Awesome. All right, man.
Okay.
I
Okay.
will
Thanks a lot. Talk to
talk
you
to you
later.
soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ooh.
All right, guys. Okay, guys, had a little problem with my headset, so I had to do a recharge. So I'm now back in both rooms. Let me just do one thing. Get my music going. Okay. And thanks for, yeah, I tried to read the notepad. So, okay, guys, we're good to go now. So let's take a look at what's happened since I was away. Well, I see Palantir is actually taking a bit of a header now, PLTR. And with that, look at the SPY. Okay, so it is following the SPY. So guys, yeah, I'm just watching the SPY here, and I have Palantir as one of my thumbnail charts, one of my other monitors, and I'm watching it and thinking, okay, well, big profit taking, but look at the SPY. So the SPY is putting now in a big red candle. Now let's not wipe out all the good work. So be careful if you're in anything long that is, been moving with the market. I mean, hopefully you've always have a SPY chart up, in my opinion, if you're in things. I think even if it's not kind of moving with the market, it's always a good idea to check what the overall market is doing. I was getting kind of interested in this morph here, if it could take out 2463. In fact, what I'll do, put a price alert right around that area. Of course, this is the one that got hammered down 2 days in a row. Hmm. Okay. Well, hmm. Okay, guys. Sorry, just reading again, internal stuff happening. So let's see what happens. Let's see if this red candle, if there's another follow-up red candle, okay? Or will the buyers come in? So I guess Pepe, you're listening to me. Yeah, I guess I'd have to reboot my computer to get somehow to get this little snippet working on these. I have three monitors. It's fine on one monitor. It's not on these two. Oh well, you can't see the other one, but not on the one I normally do it on. That's weird. So I probably have to reboot my computer, which I'm not going to do. I thought maybe it was something to do with trade ideas, but it is not. Okay, guys. A ma'am. So we're still getting some moves here. Killing it from the task manager. No, probably you're right. I just don't know where it is. Like unpin it. I mean, I guess I could find it. It's been here for so long that it's okay. I think this has happened before, and it's just a matter of rebooting. Oh, you mean I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You meant get rid of it. Okay, I'll try it there. I thought you meant getting it from the this bar down here, the taskbar, whatever it's called. Um, yeah, let's try it. And I'm sure it's going to work now. I'm sure. And the answer is Yep. All right. That's the quick fix. Thank you. I never thought of that. I actually didn't think of that. Look at this candle, guys. So this is 1:14. So this has another minute to close. And this is yeah. The key candle will be the next one, guys. I think. This is huge. This is a big, obviously a big red bar. But the next one will be key to see if it's a continuation and wipes all this out. Or will the buyers step in and at least stop this selling? And so far, hmm, I think it's time for me to do a video. Maybe when I come back, the selling will have paused for a while anyway. So I'm going to do a video right now. The time is 1:15. Say, okay, so now I can do this. Around, say, 1:26. Should not be that long, but just in case. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, what happened? So, okay, so the market, when I was just starting my video, that was a red candle. It looked like it was going to keep going, but so far, maybe the selling has stopped for a bit. Let's see, take a look. This next candle has another 8 minutes or so to close. This green candle here. My 15-minute chart, my this is another daily reversal, guys. This CMBM daily reversal. You can kind of see if it could somehow take out this high 2 days ago, which is 582. I'll stick an alert around 586 because obviously it's got a ton of room, almost up to 8. Meanwhile, what happened with Groupon? Groupon keep moving. Finally had a bit of a bounce. Groupon finally had a bounce. Okay, guys, so key to see what happens with this candle here. Well, key, I mean, in the overall scheme of things, not a big deal, but for us, if you're trying to trade intraday based on what's happening with the overall market, really important to see what this candle ends up doing. Can at least be green. Another 6 minutes for this to close, or a little less than 6 minutes for this to close. Oh boy! Now, unfortunately, let's take a look at this AHO HACO. I can't remember when I first had the alert for this. This is from the reversal. Well, I could tell you exactly when it was. It would have been at $8, about $8. So it's moved a little bit. When I had to reboot Trade Ideas, I lost all the previous alerts that I had. So, but I can tell exactly what it was because it has to take out the high of yesterday, at least before we get a trigger. So there it was at 8. All right, guys, I'm just really watching this spy. I want to see if this can close green at least. Now, what we don't want is for it to be green and then the next candle is red and just, wipes out all that out. Sort of like a pause in the downward trend. That would really help. Still kind of watching this Ren B, but it's just not. I thought it would be more explosive. I really did. But just hanging around 5. The relative volume is not good. It's only half. This doesn't trade very much. I mean, it looks like this is really, skewed because of what happened back here. The volume was 34 million shares right back here. I don't know what's going on because our relative volume, it's supposed to be a comparison. I thought it went 14 days back, but anyway. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this relative volume for this particular one. Forget it. Of interest, ETNB really hasn't bounced that much. So maybe if AKRO continues to bounce, maybe this will pick up ETNB. Maybe. Okay, so we did finish green, but what we don't want to see is another red bar wiping out this green candle and being lower than the low of that tail, because that could just signify something moving down again. Blink has been kind of sneaky good. We had the alert on the daily reversal at 3:15, so it's at 3:32 now. Okay, guys, this is what I was a little bit afraid of. If this turns into a giant red candle down, this sort of makes this like a green bar ignored. Not quite, but the downtrend, the little pause, and then the continuation. Michael Anthony, you asked me about Ring REI, and I said thought really nothing of it. And I think the other one was CTRNA or C. Yeah, it actually wasn't bad. Maybe CTNA. No, you asked me about something that starts with a C, and the REI though it was nothing. It was something with it started with a C. It actually looked pretty good. CTRA, that's right. It actually looked not bad yesterday. I mean, it's an energy stock, but as I think I said, it's coming into some. Look at the weekly chart, coming into a lot of resistance, in my opinion, on the weekly chart. All right, guys. Well, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing much happening there, and looking. Oh boy, this CNBM. Imagine if it could take this out right here around the 580 mark. Oh, look at the Rumascott. When you look left, look at the Rumascott, $8. I think I'll agree with everything you say, Kiri, except for one thing. When you say YouTube is becoming a bit of, I think it's been for a long time, a long time. People, trying to sell their trading plans or their styles, and it's been like that for a long time. Okay, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much right now. I know that I think the CYTK probably would have been a nice one, but I'm trying to remember where the alert would have happened. What we'd love to see is a big bottoming tail on that SPY candle. That SPY red, sellers trying to knock it down, but the buyers closing it higher. And then the next candle is green and, just starts to maybe fill in this area again. Cheap one for you guys. Some of you love these. So look at INO up 44%. INO. Some of you love these. On the move here. INO. Boy, this CMBM. Ooh. All right. Well, okay. Cambium Networks price target cut to 6 from 12 by JP Morgan. Okay. Lowers the price target. So it's almost at that. Yeah, Powell had a second good day, guys, in a row. Had a bit of a pullback, 225. Not much though. A bit of a pullback yesterday, but not much. 225 was the highs. Closed at 215. So had another nice day. Well, let's take a look at this AKRO. You guys are talking about the ETNB has not really budged. So the VWAP is 1758. Oh, it's above the, yeah, it's way above the VWAP. So this is bounced from what, 1450 to not quite $4, maybe $3.50. I see Gummy is reclaiming the IPO price at least, GMM, after getting down to 460. So there's the IPO price. So I still have an alert at the high of the day. You know, you never know if some volume comes in. This is a China IPO, very low number of shares issued, $5 IPO price, 1.2 million shares at $5. So it's still above the IPO price, which is better than the other ones that have come out in the last couple of days. So the last alert I had, 103. Wow, 103 here and 101 here. It's 141, guys. So, you know, almost over 30 minutes ago for both of these. This one, 12:30. I'm sorry, that's not right. That's the don't repeat, but so not a lot of activity. This one is flyer in the pre-market, not shortable for me, but SMX really was flying high in the pre-market. Our Irish stock or Irish company, and or at least headquarters in Ireland, but really giving it up now. SMX, just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, BGC. Well, I don't know what the story is in this one. I don't think it's an IPO. Probably CASA has some information. Maybe it was something else before. Maybe it was a SPAC. I just don't remember anymore. BGC. It looks like it's an all-time high, but it may not be. Bottom line is it's moving over 6. It's showing up on the option scanner, 605. Black candle is bad. I don't know what you mean, Michael. Depends how you have color coded your up and down candles. I don't know what. Okay, guys. Now maybe ETNB is catching up. ETNB. I've just been watching this one as this the other one has starting to recover a little bit, just a little bit. I mean, we're talking just a little bit of a jump off a 10. Not much. Ah, look at AKRO. Yeah, AKRO really started to rip here, guys. So keep an eye on the ETNB. I mean, look at it. I think it just tacked on 30 cents since I was just talking about it. You guys have been talking about it before. I get that. But the ETNB, it's sort of lagging. To see if it can kind of catch up. Again, the ETNB and they have the same drugs. Not they're not tied company wise, but ETNB was knocked down because of the other one, AKRO. Well, but Michael, I don't. Black candle is bad. I have no idea. Depends what do you mean by a black candle? I mean, I see my candles. I've got red and green. Okay, so I don't know if it's a big down. If you have a black candle that is down, of course that's bad. But I don't I mean it's hard for me to know when you say is a black candle bad. All depends on how you color coded your candles. I have them in red and green. Okay, guys, I took some of this ETNB to see if it has any sort of a bounce like the other one, AKRO. I'm not looking for much, believe me. I'm in at 1019. It's dropping a little bit here, so I mean, this is just a hunch, just a hunch in case it starts to follow the AKRO a little more closely. You see, is an OTC commodity brokerage firm. Okay. I mean, yeah, you're right. I could look it up. Excuse me. I was more intrigued though about why is this showing up as an all-time high? Unless it did an IPO here. Yeah, I just don't remember it. It's possible. Oh, really? Okay. Cantor Fitzgerald did not know that. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe they were a private company and they went public. Yeah, no, I remember. That's why I know anything about Cantor Fitzgerald. Yeah, they were one of the hardest hit, weren't they? All right. Well, there's your answer, Trader or Michael Anthony. I wasn't thinking that the Black Candle was like, like a doji or something that was part of the vernacular of candlestick patterns. I don't really, I again, I make fun of it, but I really don't pay any attention to candlestick patterns. That doesn't mean that if you're sitting out there thinking, well, why not? I do, and it works. Great. All right, guys, come on, ETNB. Follow AKRO just a little bit. This is what I'm looking at here, guys, in my thumbnail charts. Here's the AKRO, and this is the ETNB side by side. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to follow. Guys, I saw this one a little earlier. It's probably gone too far though. OMAB. Yeah, I saw this one right around here in this break of 67. And this one was, of course, I, I know there was some news about this. I just can't remember what it was, but what a bounce it had. 50 up to, well, first of all, it had a huge downturn, but then it bounced from 50 up to 65. And now it's, in the recovery mode. You know what I forgot to look at was you know what? Rookie mistake, guys. I'm out. Okay, I'm out of this. I didn't realize this was just at the VWAP 1015. Rookie mistake. I should have been obviously paying attention to that. It did break a little bit above it, but anyway, I'm out of it now. So BGC showing up on the momentum scan and the abnormal option activity scan. Lots of volume, big flow, 388 million in the flow. So this is going to take a bunch to move it, but the volume is 3.7 times normal up to this time of day. I know I took this one just as a demonstration of how to take this. Hasn't moved at all. This NSTG. It's a demonstration of how to take a trade in our simulator. Okay, guys, BE's got my attention. It's me, BE. So 1124 is the next high looking left, and then after that, we've got around 1170. So this has got my attention. Some volume came in. It showed up on my daily reversal scan. Would have triggered around 1110. So it hasn't really moved much. Been chopping around. Ooh, down goes AKRO. So that is now below the VWAP again, I think. Very glad I got out of the ETNB. So interesting SPY action, guys. Of course, we had the giant red bar down. Then the next three candles, well, next three candles, we've got bottoming tails. Sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers closed it higher. Well, yeah, buyers closed it higher. Tried again, knocked it down. If you can see this 15-minute chart, might be hard to see these bottoming tails. Buyers close it up here. Sellers tried again, knocking it down, but the buyers are still kind of in control, guys. Hmm. Yeah, both of them don't look good. The AKRO and the ETNB. The ETNB may hold 10 a lot better, but AKRO was a nice run. And look at the the COHR still looks weak. It's been weakening really ever since they opened. Lower highs. Yeah, I'm telling. Yeah, if it gets up to that high, I'll probably. High, I think, is literally, well, 610 and 610. Two highs right at 610. Okay, guys, so I'm just continuing to watch this BGC. I'll put a price alert maybe around 609, see if it gets up there. All right, guys, BE just, penny by penny. All right, guys, 201. So sort of winding, got about an hour left for me. William, did you say, I think you said you would keep it open, right, till 4 today? There's the BE, guys, as I say, penny by penny, still has some room to 1167 or so. That's on the daily chart, looking left. Okay, so market is just sort of pausing, trying to figure out, well, what direction do I really want to go? What is ODTE? What is ODTE? As you're talking about trading ODTE, I don't know that at all. Same day options. Oh, okay. So intraday options. So like day trading options. Okay. 0 days to expiration. Okay. So literally, so day trading options. Well, that's why I've sort of said that, if you're going to day trade options, this is maybe not the worst scanner in the world. You might want to tweak it somewhat, but at least it shows you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. For the same way we're trying to always find stocks having a normal volume. Here we're trying to couple that with stocks having abnormal option activity with abnormal volume. But if you're just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity, obviously, if you're going to intraday or day trade options, you're going to want to find stocks that are moving, right? Well, stocks that are moving, the options. Trading options is moving abnormally. All right, guys. Not seeing too much right now. This is some ma'am doing AM. Actually, pretty good. There's a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. What sort of room does it have? 1282. It's got a little bit of room, I guess. 1279 is the next high. So it's got about not quite 30 cents to the next high. That's enough for you, but the spread is not good. 1246, 1258. Spread is not good. Not if you're just trying to make about 25 cents. You cannot have a 14-cent spread. Meanwhile, boy, this one is just been on a mission here, guys. There's a $2 since I know was at $68, so now it's at 70 OMAB. And of course, the next high looking left is 79. We don't even have any float information on it. And they may not have it in this website that I'm going to because it might be too high of a market cap. Mhm. All right, looks like around anywhere from 33 to 42 million. Okay, that's the variation I see for the float for this OMAB, 33 to 43. Because it depends on what website you look at, CEG. So I looked at, but I can't find it from that dilution tracker website. And I use the one I used to use all the time, the float checker. And I just type this in, OMAB, and there's Yahoo at 33, Finviz 42, Ameritrade, etc. Looks like 42 could be it, but it's a range. Who's right? I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Perfect circle. It would be bullish if the market can defend this drop and then goes higher. It would be pretty bullish for sure. Of course, whether that happens. Okay. Thank you, William. I did ask. So William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Boy, look at this OMAB, guys. OMAB. What a potential cap fill for this thing. Can I look at SQ? Nope. Not going to come in our YouTube room. So the high of the day was what? 46.54, and this high over here is 46.93. So it's got that little area to try to get through. Bank of America maintained a buy rating. Okay. It's a pretty big move for half a billion in the float. All right, guys. So today is the 10th of October. So our test drive is coming up less than a month away. I'm going to put the test drive link in here. We'll ask a lot. We have free trials. We do not have free trials. So this is as close as you're going to come to a free trial. So the test drive, if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. This is just you're signing up for it. Well, you're signing up to get the email that'll explain all about it. So you're not put into the test drive automatically, but if you give us your email and sign up, and so maybe a couple of weeks before the test drive starts, it's supposed to start on November the 6th and run for 10 trading days. And it'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. No auto trading. Okay. So if that's the only reason why you thought, well, I'd like to try this test drive because I want to try my hand at auto trading, then don't do it. Okay. The other thing is when the test drive is over, it's over. We do not put you into a subscription automatically. Okay. So you can sign up for it here. And I'm just going to go over my homepage one last time. All right, there's my homepage link, and if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So at the top here is a way in which you can take out a subscription using my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual subscription, all you have to do is let me know, and I can get you a better promo code, 25%. Okay. You must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, runs you through your downloaded install, your first startup and login, and of course, introduction to scans, topless, and alert windows. The basis behind what Traded is all about. Trading 101, this is a series of videos. If you were in their YouTube room today between 12 and 1, Michael Noss put that together. So this is a series of videos that, if you've never traded before, this is for you. And even if you have traded, it's a great refresher, and it gets more complex as the series progresses. Stock of the day video, you can sign for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. This is free. This is free, of course, but free. The trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. All the education section is right there. And here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're wondering where are my scans, just scroll down a bit. And then in the middle are my scans that I'm currently sharing. What I use in the pre-market, these are the gappers up, the gappers down. There's the halts resumes over there. Momentum scan over here. Abnormal option activity scan is here. And then the two that you don't see, I just, I don't want to overwhelm the page that I'm sharing. These are the daily reversals and the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. These two were awesome today. What you don't see, because I had to do a reboot, I did a reboot of Trade Ideas. And so it sort of wiped out all the early alerts, but this really, the breakdown and the breakout really produced today. So they're there. So you can pick and choose which ones you want. And as always, if you do want to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please, if you either save my homepage link or come into the trading room and use my promo code. Okay, it helps the room a lot, keeps the room free. This is a free room, but there are obviously a cost associated with keep running a free room. So the more people use my promo code, the more the company says, okay, it's worthwhile keeping it up and running. It's that simple, guys. That simple. What do I think of the ARM chart? Well, it's without even looking at it. Of course, we looked at it earlier today. I mean, the impressive part is that it's kept the IPO price 51. Depends what you mean by what do I mean, as an intraday trader, it's awful. I mean, look how up and down, choppy, topping tails and bottoming tails. If you're talking about it as a swing, I would, if I were going to swing this, I would probably wait for maybe a 56 break, 56.79 break, that one right there, that candle right there. And then maybe you can start to fill in. But as an intraday trader, it's not very good, in my opinion. It's just too random. But as a swing, if that's what you're talking about, that next high looking left it's almost right there, 55.80. And then it's got that one right there, 56.79. Takes that out though. Look, it's got all this potential room to fill. Well, I mean, it's been in a nice uptrend. I mean, I guess if it stalls at yesterday's high, you could keep watching it, I suppose. And if it doesn't take this out and it stalls, yeah. But if you're talking about an intraday short, I mean, I just don't, it's just too choppy for me, if that's what you're talking about. Now, that's just me, Carl, of course. I mean, the volume isn't really that great. I mean, I know it's 3 million shares. And I know it's skewed because of the volume, when it opened, but in theory, it's a fairly strong stock today. Well, I see that AKRO was right back up, and ETNB is actually making a little bit of a move also. Yeah, you give me a year, Marty. This RenB is really intriguing to me, but I do still have a price alert set, and I'm going to definitely want to watch it tomorrow, see if it has any sort of follow through tomorrow. So I guess this was the reason it rose 15% after appointing finance veterans to the board. Okay. I have the feeling that this AVPT was pretty good. I just don't know where the initial, the initial alert was for it on the option scanner. It says here, of course, but that's not correct. I'm sure it was a lot earlier than 158. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm probably not going to do too much for the balance. Not in anything right now. So a great time if you have any questions. A great time to ask. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Continues to move down the COHR. Did not take this short. I remember I was thinking about it right around here, right around this area here. Actually, up here. That's right. I saw the two red candles, but I just sort of lost. I don't know, lost sight of it. Excuse me. So, how do you combine four chart target? Are you talking about like this? Is that what you mean? Like how do I have all four charts moving like this? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean something else, JJ? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Do you mean something else? Okay, good. All right. Well, this is what we call docking. Now, what I'm going to do is I will go and give you my homepage link. Okay. Oh, just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. So, let me just give you first my homepage link, okay? Because when you click on it, because I'm going to explain it, but you should have a guide or reference. So if you go to the education section, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. And then if you scroll down enough, you should see something docking. Okay, this is all about docking. So I'll do one for you. They're all the same once you get a couple. Okay, it's all the same format. But for your reference, go to the guide and you'll see all the information you need about docking. Okay, but I will do one. So whether it's charts, I've got all these charts. Oops, come back. Whether it's scans, it doesn't really matter. And when I say that, it doesn't matter what you're trying to put into a doc, be it a chart, be it a scan, but watch what I do. So the first thing I do is click from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked window. And it's going to open this big window. I give it a name. Now, typically I start my name with dock because you'll see later on I have a bunch of dock windows. All I have to do is search and type in dock, and all my dock windows will show up. But for the purpose of this, I'm just going to type in test. Okay, you should give it a name, and you'll see why. So I'm going to say okay. So I've got this window you see right up there. It's called test. Now, next step, to put anything in, be it a chart, be it 4 charts, be it anything at all. If I right click on this window right there, abnormal option activity, I right click and you see it says I can go down here. It says duplicate into test. There it is. So I'm going to duplicate that window into test. There it is. I'll do the same thing with Momo. Right click, duplicate into test. Okay, so now I've got both of them in here. And I could keep doing this with almost as many alert windows, top list windows, charts if I wanted to put them in. Now the next trick, because most of you will probably want to see. I mean, you could just leave them as tabs, so you could just click and do that. But most people will want to do something like this. You want to rearrange. You want to rearrange them in a fashion you like. So if I wanted to have Momo underneath the abnormal option activity, and this is the tricky part. You have to you left click and then drag it down, and this icon will show up. And you notice I've got left, up, right, and down. So if I put it on the down icon or the arrow, so now Momo is now underneath abnormal activity. If I want it beside it, I would click it, and again the icon pops up, and put it beside it. Okay, so that's how you rearrange. And that's it's sort of tricky. If you have a few charts, a few scans, you want to rearrange them exactly where you want. Well, you sort of trial and error where you really like them. Okay. So whether, and if I wanted to, I could put a chart in, of course. So it doesn't really matter. You wanted 4 charts, but it's the same. It's just exactly the same principle. If I brought up a new chart, okay, and I want to say right click, duplicate into test. Okay. So there's the chart, and I could then move this somewhere else. Move it down here if I want. So there's my chart. Here are my 2 scans. Okay. So the tricky part is just moving them around exactly where you want them. Now, this is why I like to, I'm going to get rid of this one. I don't need it. So I'm not going to save it. But if I file, load from cloud, now I type in doc. These are all the docked windows that are windows that I've created. Okay, so that's why I like to name it starting with dock. Okay, so again, all that is in the guide. Go to the dock section, docking section in the guide. Okay, JJ, did that? I can always repeat. Well, file for bankruptcy, Denver, a while back. And now I don't know if it's like if it's Chapter 11 or one of the different forms of, excuse me, bankruptcy, but that'll do it. Yeah, that will do it. Yeah, let me know, JJ. And it's tricky. Sometimes you see you've got to make sure that when you're moving, like it's easy enough to put them in the dock, okay, in the dock window. Just right click, and as long as you've named it something, you just find it and it'll go in there. The tricky thing is always grabbing the header. I think what people do is sometimes they grab in the body of the scan, and then it becomes sort of messy. I mean, it's an easy fix, but okay, guys, AMC making a nice little move now, holding that 10, holding that 10 pretty nicely. And the next high looking left, it's got some room still, 1170. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, with the GameStop and at least AMC has some kind of news about it. With the Taylor Swift concert starting on Friday in the theaters, and then upcoming Beyonce. I mean, it's let's see how well it does. I'm sure it's going to do pretty well. Let me know if it worked, JJ. All right, guys. Actually, that AKRO is, I thought it might have been over, but it's not. It looks like it's still having a bounce. I'm surprised the ETNB is not bouncing really much. Typically, JJ, just in case, I'm going to do this again because this is typically what the problem. You put. I'm going to do this again. Duplicate into test. So there it is. right click, duplicate into test. So there they are. The problem is when people grab, sometimes when they grab, well, here, okay, now when they grab, maybe trying to make it work so that, yeah, how come I can't make the error that people do? Well, that's what happens. Yes, they release it without. Now, if that happened, all you have to do is click on this, like the square in the middle, and then you can start again. Yeah, the problem is if I release it now without picking something here, if I accidentally release it, then it becomes free floating. Okay, and then it's just a matter of picking it again, if that makes sense. And docking is not anything anybody has to do. Okay, it's a nice way to organize things. It is nice. I mean, I do like it here. I like that. All my thumbnail charts all together. I do like that. But, for instance, I don't dock these. These are just free floating, free floating. I would say that majority of our customers do not dock. I think it's probably a little complicated sometimes. Wow, look at that. OMAB. This is going to be watch tomorrow, guys. OMAB. Boy, this is getting close, guys. This CMBM is getting super close. Here's the high right there, 582, only 4 cents away. It breaks through that, maybe tomorrow, maybe, towards the end of the day, I guess. But look at the room it's got. Now, JP Morgan is putting a $6 price target on it, but wow, look at AKRO breaking out. Come on, I can't understand why ENTB is not. This is not a, I mean, that's there. That gives it a better view. That's a break right there. That's a beautiful one. I mean, it's still down 60%. 60%. All right, so getting close, guys. 20 minutes left for me about. So any questions? Good time to ask right now. Look at the gummy's going to do it today, guys. GMM doesn't look like it's going to burst through the highs of the day. It'll be lucky to hold the $5 level, the IPO price. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is on an individual chart, how do you change the stock symbol? So I know how to disable the symbol linking. Okay. Yeah, it's not intuitive. It really isn't. But left click on the chart, just to tell the system, trade it is what chart you want to do this in. Now, 90% or 95% of the time, if you just start typing, the change symbol box will pop up. Okay. So again, if I left click on this chart, I'll get a new chart up. So it's not in a doc. Okay, so I left click on the chart just so the system knows I'm in here. And then I just start typing. And most of the time, the change symbol box will pop up. You can click on change or you can hit enter on your keyboard. Okay. Now, if that doesn't work, sometimes I don't know why, but in certain systems it just doesn't work like that. So, but if I left click on the chart and hit the space bar, hit the space bar. Okay, you got it. Okay. The space bar will also bring it up. Look what happened, right? It stalled almost right to the penny. That high looking left, that is CMBM, almost right to the penny. Oh boy, I think this HCO was a good one, guys. Not a rocket ship, but a very good one. This came from my yeah, you would have had the alert at $8 for HCO, and it's just been gently moving up, 830 right now. The next high looking left is 856, still has a little bit of room. So if you took this one from my daily reversal, again, not a rocket ship, because look what happened. I mean, it based here around 805 for a long time. Crazy. This thing, I mean, it's just as a test for you guys to see how you can do it. NSTG, they sent nothing. Let me get out of it. And remember, guys, use price alerts. Again, if I want to find, if I want to see that, if it takes out that high right there, CMBM, I like to move my mouse. There's a dotted line that'll follow it along. If I can eyeball it well enough, then I just right click, create price alert. If that's the price I want, 579 and fine. Otherwise, I can change it. And again, typically I don't put notes in unless it's an IPO. Not really, Steve. No, I don't really look. I do have a 5-minute chart on another monitor, but I really don't pay that much attention to it. You're talking intraday. Obviously, I look at my daily and weekly all the time. But if you're talking an intraday chart, no, I really just pay attention to the 15. It's not that I haven't had other time frames in my in the past. I have. I've had many two. I never went down to a one, but I used to just have a 2-minute chart. That was it. But several years ago, I just hit upon 15 as my as what I'm most comfortable with. And again, that's not to say that, others who are using a 5-minute chart or a 2-minute chart, whatever works, whatever works for you. I'm going to put an alert here on the SPY and see if we can take that out right here. That little, so again, when you put a price alert on a chart, it'll appear blue. And if the price hits, it'll turn from blue to green. Speaking of triple C, let's take a look, or quadruple C. Let's take a look at how the trade of the week is doing. Quadruple U. Okay, hanging in there, guys. So the trigger was 760, I think. So, how you trade it will be up to you. It did not get stopped out yesterday. I checked. I think the stop was around the $7 level. So it got close, got down to 720, but closed up here and today. So it still looks pretty good. Oh man, look at that OMAB. OMAB. See, there's a case in which the spread is not great, but it doesn't matter that much, especially with if you can get in between. So right now, 71.13, 71.42, on the surface that doesn't look that great. With the IB, you can go in, but you can try to get an in between fill. But if a stock is going to move several dollars, it won't matter that much, the spread. And that, again, Interactive Brokers, this blue screen. Blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. I think it was 7. You look at the email that you got, I think the stop was 7. I confirmed that with Steve. I asked him, I don't think the trade of the week got stopped yesterday, and he said it didn't. So if somebody has the email handy, I don't have it anymore. It tells you where the stop is. I think it was 7. Whoa, there's the CMBM again. See how the price alerts work, guys? So all you do, you put your price alert, wait for it to happen. If it may never happen, of course, but if it does happen, the price alert window will pop up on your screen. That's why you minimize it. You don't have to have it taking up screen space if you don't want it to, okay? And again, you sort on the trigger time column, so you'll see the one right at the top. You can put a sound alert on it. I always put a sound alert on it. You cannot miss it. Then you minimize it again and just wait for the next one to pop up. Ooh, so it must have got very close then, Blaine. I didn't realize that. For some reason, I thought it was 7. Might have got very close then, right? Oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. That's right. It got down to 734. You know what? You are right. I do remember now it was the anchored VWAP, which of course at the time it wasn't 7. So it got relatively close. Went down to 734. So at 725 was the stop. Thanks. I was looking at these candles thinking, okay, well, then that would have been below it. But no, this is yesterday's daily candle right there. It's making a little move, but I have to check what the spread is like. The spread is tightened up for this stock, 509, 514. Nothing surprises me. This may have a late day run. This LRHC was just halted also, and on the way down or up. Ugly. So we've had those are some ugly IPOs, guys, yesterday and today. I mean, the GMM, I guess it's not ugly, but it's certainly not great. But some ugly IPOs. A little surprising based on the day, yesterday and today, but market is not caring. Look at the AKRO. Why is I know I know I'm asking myself, but why is ETNB not moving? So this is the thing, okay? There's the AKRO Therapeutics disappointing NASH data drags down its rival, which is ETNB. All right. So ETNB did not come up with any data. AKRO did, and of course that's why it got slammed down. But it's bouncing a lot. This is just not doing a thing. Okay, for you YouTubers, I will put the main trading room link in. So if you want to head over there when I wind down in about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, so there is the link to get into the trading room. I say William will keep it open until 4. There will be no screen sharing, and there'll be nobody on the mic, but you can talk amongst yourselves. Okay, guys. If there are no more questions, I may just pack it in right now. I know it's a couple of minutes before 3. If there are questions, I will stick around, and I'll probably sit here on my own, and we'll just watch to see if the ETNB can have a run, catch up. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think what I'll do is I will wrap it up for me. The room will be open until 4. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. Thank you, Pioneer. Put myself on mute right now in both rooms, okay? And now for you YouTubers,